Hola, hola, hola a todos, gente, buenas tardes. Empezamos. Así, sin más. Vamos a darle por aquí también. Aquí estamos todos y todas por aquí. Buenas tardes. Que esto empieza, señores. Esto empieza, gente. Vámonos. A ver, que me ponga bien esto, perdón. No sé qué le pasa. A ver, vamos a poner esto por aquí también. Quiero ver aquí cosas. Oh, maravilloso. Bueno, pues ya estamos todos preparados y listas. ¿Cómo estáis? Vamos a empezar a darle cañita, ¿no? Un poquito, ¿no? Vamos a tope. Bueno, vamos a empezar, gente. Bueno, esta es la primera sorpresa. Bueno, recordar a todo el mundo, ¿vale? Aquí estamos. Hola, amores. ¿Cómo estamos? Vamos a tope, gente. Bienvenidos. Vamos a darle este juegazo. Le vamos a viciar. Vamos a darle cañita. Y, pues sencillo, porque vamos a estar dándole mucha caña. No sé por qué me escucho doble. ¿Por qué me escucho doble? Ah, vale, estoy aquí. Ay, ya estoy. Lo que os explicaba, vamos a empezar a ir desbloqueando todo y subiendo, porque la primera temporada ha empezado ya, ¿vale? Y ya han dicho cosas de la segunda, de la tercera y de la cuarta. Y la raid, ¿vale? La raid es núcleo de magma, con todos los bosses hasta Ragnaros. En segundo lugar, por supuesto, también la nueva mazmorra, Solomans, que vendrá. Pero lo que nos interesa es que ahora hay que viciarse. Hay que subir y hay que desbloquear todo lo que hay por aquí. Necesitamos esto, ¿vale? Que son sellos obtenidos, ¿vale? Entonces, esto hay que hacerlo sí o sí para seguir y que nos den esto, ¿vale? Y que nos den las respectivas tomos, que no sé para qué sirven, o sea, no tengo mucha idea. Pero vamos a darle cañita y vamos a empezar. Bueno, ya hemos hecho el primero, ¿vale? Que es diente de oro. Pero podemos otra vez volverlo a hacer. Y así lo veis todo muy tranquilamente. Creo que funciona todo bien, ¿no? Creo que sí, creo que va todo perfecto. Creo que va muy bien. Así que pues vamos al lío, gente. Qué ganas, tío. Ha salido hace nada, así que vamos a tope. Voy a bajar un pelín. Vale. No voy a admitirlo. Vamos a empezar, tenemos que matar al diente de este. Pues vamos a empezar. Vale, vienen todos estos porque ¿sabes? Vamos a poner esto por aquí ya para empezar. Y vas a minar tú para allá. Venga. Vamos. Vale, ¿qué tenemos por aquí? Me vienes con esto, ¿no? Vale. Vamos dándole caña. Y este por aquí. Venga, vamos a aguantar un poquito para el oro. Vale. Ahí está, para que pique, que sí necesito. Vale, ahí ya empezamos ya. Qué rico. Vale, necesitamos ir aquí ahora. Un poquito de alegría para el cuerpo. Vale. Eso está bien. Ahí, que empieza a picar porque así necesito cosas. Vale, eso está muy bien. Vale, aquí podemos darle. Ahí. Y aquí ya podemos poner cosas. Vale, porque tenemos la torre. De puta madre. Venga, otra más. Ah, se queda ya. Oh, qué guapo eso. Eso está muy bien, Vale, me gusta, me gusta. Vale. Eso necesito ayuda para protegerlo. Me lo van a quitar. Ahí estamos. Oh, yeah. ¡Vámonos! Ahí estamos. 3 más de experiencia. Muy bien. O sea, el líder es ese volador, ¿no? Vale, es que no sé cómo es que está todo está bloqueado, tíos. Está todo muy bloqueado. Venga, vamos a seguir dándole caña, ¿vale? Vamos a la segunda. ¿Vale? Ahí está. Nada, solo hemos subido la experiencia. Es que lo tengo todo bloqueado, necesito seguir. Vamos a la segunda, que es Madre Colmillo. ¿Vale? Dice, las rocas de encuentro son zonas de despliegue que se pueden capturar, pero también perder fácilmente. Asegúrate de una posición elevada. Vale, la arañita, vamos allá. Segunda. Bueno, esto me gusta, tío. Sí, va siendo hora. Es que esto mola muchísimo. Vale. Vale, que vaya un momentito. Oh, qué bien, vale. La área que tenemos por ahí, vale. Tenemos una bajada con, para minar los mineros. Esto es zona de despliegue. No la pueden capturar. No la ah, los voladores no la pueden capturar. Vale, entendido. Bien. Pues vamos a empezar. Vamos a ver. Los voladores no pueden, ¿no? Vale, primero para acá. Hombre, te voy a ponerte esto aquí y te voy a acompañar con esto, ¿vale? Y tú también para acá. Te la llevo con esto, ¿vale? Porque de momento está la cosa tranquila, ¿eh? Vale, se supone que los no voladores pueden cogerlo. Ah, mira, y lo cogen. Vale, vale, vale. Genial, genial. Vale. Oh, qué guapo. Vale, aquí sí que necesito... Vale. Vale. Bien. Vale, necesito... Vale, esto es lo que necesitaba yo. Vale, está bien tirar eso de ahí, porque así puedo darle. Ese por ahí. Y ya está. El segundo hecho. Está guapo, está guapo. Vale. Ha sido fácil y rápido. Venga, vamos a seguir. Vale, luego después vamos a estar una horita, ¿vale? Luego a las 7 seguimos en la BLIZZCON, ¿vale? Recordad, ¿vale? No sé si ha salido, no sé por qué no ha salido. Pero oye, Ganzi, gracias por ese... ¿No? Ah, no, esto no... Vale, no he dicho nada. Vale, vale, recompensas. Creía que había pasado algo, pero no ha pasado nada. Tranquilos. Vale. Bueno, que eso, que vamos a estar una horita y luego seguimos con la BLIZZCON, ¿vale? Que tenemos temita, ¿vale? Hago así la recompensa. Vale, elige tu primer líder. Los líderes son minis poderosos con facultades únicas. Refuerzan tu ejército y te ofrecen nuevas formas de jugar. Nueva red de puño negro. Oh, te quema volando, vale. Tus otras unidades voladoras cuestan un menos de oro cuando Ren está en juego, pero nunca menos de 2. 6 de maná. Volador, AOE, desmonte y elemental. Vale, volador, eficaz contra unidades de cuerpo a cuerpo. Eficaz contra unidades de pelotones. Desmonta de la montura al vehículo cuando quedan destruidos. Inflige daño elemental eficaz contra unidades. Eso no lo sabía yo. Entonces, es volador, o sea, da mucha caña a los melees. Y AOE, vale. Hostias, tú. Tiene buena salud el colega. Tira un Buddy. Qué crack. A ver. Ah, no les cura. ¿Qué hace esto? Sana todas las unidades aliadas cercanas. Cuerpo a cuerpo, que es eficaz contra unidades a distancia. Vale. Y objetivo único. Eficaz contra unidades AD, vale. Bueno, y carne pezuña de sangre. Oh, qué guapo eso. No. Oh, vale, vale. ¿Esto qué hace? Tus tropas de la horda tienen un 20% más de salud. Vale, cuerpo a cuerpo. Vale, contradistancia y pelotones. Pues voy a ir tirando a Ren puño negro. Fíjate lo que te digo, Ahí estamos. Muy rico. Un retrato. ¡Oh, qué guapo! ¡Oh! ¡Hola! Venga. ¡Qué guapísimo, tío! Vale, retrato que me lo cambia. ¡Oh, qué guapo! Vale. Muy bien. Vale, y me dan... Eso es, 30 y otro sillito más. Bien. Jajaja, cómo mola, tío. Y aquí puedes cambiar. Sí que hay muchos. Vale. Está guapo, está guapo. Me gusta, me gusta. Vale, vamos a seguir con el tercero, ¿vale? Vamos con el maestro del embarcadero. Venga, va. Usa interruptores para controlar la dirección de la que se mueven tus minis. Recoge oro y esquiva los barriles. Vale. Vamos. Siguiente. Siguiente, siguiente. O sea, este tira barriles, ¿no? Vale. Puedes cambiar la dirección del interruptor para guiar a tus minis. Aquí está, ¿no? Ah, vale, para cambiar el camino. Vale, ¿esto es avance especial? No, aquí está el colega, ¿no? Ataque cuerpo a poco de distancia de único objetivo. ¿Y este qué hace? Ah, barriles. Este es el tío de los barriles. Vale. Vale. Porque lo tira para allá, ¿no? Bien. Vale, vamos a ir tirando esto por aquí. Esto por aquí, por supuesto. Esto va para allá. A ver, el del barril me está tocando un poquito los huevos. Vale, es volador, así que está bien. Vale. ¡Vale! Ah, toma por culo. Antes de tirar barril lo hemos matado. Vale. Vamos a continuar. Venga, otro más. Bueno, recordar que entrar en el Discord porque pronto avisaremos. Hay un canal dedicado al Discord para Warcraft Rumble. Cuando haya clan, os avisamos. Mientras tanto, ahí vamos a ir poniendo. Pues creo que después del directo pondremos ya cositas en el Discord, más seguro. Venga, 30 moneditas más ahí. Llevamos 3. Tienda y regalo gratis 4. Vale, pues Morgan el coleccionista. El secuaz Morgan protege la entrada lateral. Se puede usar el interruptor para evitar al secuaz. Vamos allá, siguiente. Vamos. Venga, vamos a darle cañita a la siguiente. Me encantan los mapas, tío, Mira alrededor antes de empezar. Puede tocar cualquier cosa con el juego pulsando para obtener más información. Sí, eso es lo que yo quería hacer. A ver. Otorga 2 de oro cuando se abre. Vale, no la pueden capturar. Vale, por aquí tengo que traer el terrestre. Vale, protege esta lateral y este es el tío, ¿no? Ataque cuerpo con daño de área. La daga lanzar rebota a un enemigo volador a otro. O sea, vale. Bien. Pues vamos a empezar. Vale, vamos a tirar esto por aquí. Le vamos a acompañarle. Y por si acaso... No, voy a tirar esto para que no me lo quites. Eso. Nada. Va, nene. Bien. Vale, eso por ahí. Esto para acá. Vale, vale. Podemos tirar eso ahí para un poquito darle caña. Vale. Vamos a esperar un poquito que cargue. Vale, otra vez lo tiene el rojo. Vale, poquito a poco, gente. Es que ni más. Venga, ponemos esto aquí para que vaya dando más aquí, más piquitos. Vale. Esto sí. Está aquí. Lo toma por culo. Vale, esto aquí tengo que darle. Vale. Con esto aquí también. Vale, aquí podemos ir tirando con este. Necesito 6. Es que es caro, ¿eh? Tengo que aguantarlo, tío. Ahí lo veamos. Tranquilamente. Uf. Vamos a acompañarle. Venga, quitamos esto también. Para empezar a conseguir un poquito de ahí de tema. Vale, está ahí fuera. Venga, esto ya me gusta más. Vamos a ver si podemos conseguir el 6 este. Aquí. Vamos a acompañarle con este. Esto para allá. Por 2 de oro, qué guay. Venga, vamos a darle caña aquí. Esto para acá. Otro más. Esto para allá. Ya, va, tira. Ahora, dale caña. Estás muerto. Venga. Por 2. ¡A la mierda! Vale, vale. Guapo, guapo. Venga, hay 3 más. Vamos a nivel 2. Vale. Habrá más de lo previsto, pero bueno, está bien. Hostia, es caro el otro, el líder, ¿eh? Bueno, paciencia, es lo que hay, gente. No hay más. Vale, vamos a cogerlo. Vale, ya está abierto la tienda. Vale. A ver. Puedes encontrar nuevas minis en la tienda. Escoge tu favorita para añadir a tu colección. Vale. Nivel 2, nivel 2, nivel 2. Devora enemigos caídos. Truán a la carga. Pelotón con armadura. Dos calles a la vez. Eso está muy bien esto, ¿eh? Esto me agrada, ¿eh? A ver. Está bien. ¿Y esto? Hostia, es que usted le da, ¿no? Oh, y se cura. Eso está guapo, ¿eh? Me apetece este, ¿eh? Vamos a cogerlo, ¿eh? Ahí estamos. Vale, ahí estamos. Ahora también hay regalos gratis. Vuelve a menudo para obtener más. Vale, sí, esto está clarísimo. Vamos a coger esto gratis. Bien, bien, bien. Subiendo de nivel. Y ya se me ha desbloqueado todo, ¿no? Nivel 2. Vale. Vale, misión, tomo de misión. Bueno, consigue estas recompensas. Venga, para adentro. Vale. Misiones. Oh, vale, aquí está el grupo. Vale. Los emoticonos. Está guapo, ¿eh? Eso no puedo. Ah, vale, porque son los retratos. Vale, aquí están la gente, ¿no? Vale, aquí tengo todas, ¿no? Bien. Poco a poco. Vale. Mazmorras bloqueadas con 30. Bandas próximamente. Vale, necesito 10 para la hermandad, ¿no? Vale. Vale, pues venga, vamos a seguir, gente. Venga, vamos a Joder, tarea difícil. Tiende una emboscada a la patrulla de Ogre. Los gnolls aún no saben cómo mirar hacia arriba. Es hora de arruinarles la fiesta. Vale. Vamos a ver qué tal esto. Vamos a ver. Vale, vamos a cotear primero un momento antes de seguir. Ahí está Gober. Hostias, tiene tema por aquí, La patrulla de Ogre parece dura. Lánzame sobre el troll para que acabe con él. Así estará protegida nuestra jinete de grifas para acabar con esos brujos. Vale, ataque a distancia. Me encanta este cañón. Vale. A distancia, un área contra cuerpo a cuerpo. Vale, eso tengo que lanzarlo para allá, ¿no? Ya está el Ogre. Recluta un pelotón de brujos cada 45 segundos. Vale. Bien. Pues te voy a lanzar ahora mismo. Vale, pues te vamos a lanzar aquí ya esto para empezar un poquito ahí alegremente. Y te lo vamos a acompañar con esto. Vale, bien. Ahora, tú te vienes para acá. Vale, sí, está bien así. Porque ahora cambio esto. Bueno, lo he hecho mal. Tira. Vale. Y ahora tú aquí. Y te lanzo esto para acá. Vale, esto aquí. Con esto aquí. Vale. Y una minita por aquí para empezar. Lo he hecho un poco ahí churro, pero bueno, te va. Vale. Vale, aquí ya. Vale, con esto me basta. Y aquí vamos a poner esto. ¿Llegas, tío? ¿O no llegas? Vale. Vale, eso ya empezamos por ahí. Bien. Bien. Eso está muerto ya. ¡Vamos! ¡Yeah! ¡Hosto! Venga ahí, subiendo de nivel. ¡Vámonos! Vale, otro menos. Vale, ¿te ha gustado? Hombre, pues claro que sí que me gusta. Venga, 5. Envía ahí. Fuera. Vale, vamos a conseguir la recompensa. Ahí estamos. Vale. Hombre, tengo que mejorar al tío este, que es el líder. Estaría bien. Ahí. Hay que mejorarle, tíos. Hay que mejorarle. Vale, aquí utilizo mucho este. Así que vamos a darle. Vale, que sube ahí. Venga, ahí. Vale, ¿qué más? Y aquí vamos a coger el melee, porque ya hemos cogido de este. Sí, ahí. Qué bueno está esto, tío. Es el mejor juego que he visto en mi vida. Vale, ahí estamos. Y abrimos. Vale, una unidad de bombardeo. Granjero de la peste, jinete de murciélagos y despierta llamas. A ver qué hace el despierta llamas. Qué guapo, tú. Incendio el suelo con unidades que incineran los... Vale. Unidades de apoyo enemigas tras los tanques. Jinete de murciélagos. ¿Ahora qué hace? Le hace muy poco daño, ¿no? Vale. Vale, pedisteis 2. ¿Este de cuánto era? 4. Y luego granjero de la peste. Vale, tiene un compañero de más, ¿no? Estoy por tirarme aquí, ¿eh? Seguro que sí, ¿eh? Sí, vamos al de suelta llamas. Aquí vamos a darle caña. Vale, ahí estamos. Esto está bien. Oh, me desbloquean otro sitio. Vale. Vale, entonces de aquí podríamos retirar esto. Tengo un melee. Tengo bastantes Yo creo que así vamos a ir bien. 2,9, coste medio, 3,6. Está bien. Yo creo que ahí vamos tirando de esto, ¿vale? Así de momento. Vale. Muy bien. ¿Aquí qué pasa? Tarea difícil. No, eso ya está. Vale. Vale, pues ya estamos. Ya hemos acabado Bosque de Edwin. Vamos no aquí a Páramos de Poniente, ¿no? Vale, Bultros, más 30. Hay una cosa, ¿se podía mejorar las cosas? Yo ni me acuerdo. Vale, ¿se puede mejorar? Vale, se mejora con rayos. Vale. Pero las demás también es... Ah, ¿no se puede mejorar? Permutar. Vale, no se puede nada todavía, ¿no? Vale. Venga, vamos a seguir, gente. Bultros, venga. Cuando los buitres matan a un enemigo, se unen otro a la bandada. La carne correosa es excelente para el cocido. Vamos a darle caña. Siguiente. ¡Vamos! Vale. Oh. Cómo mola el sonido. Vale, vale. Qué guapo, tío. Vale. Vale, pues vamos a ir llevando esto para acá y te lo vamos a acompañar con esto, ¿vale? El tema que yo te voy a ponerte esto aquí. Que van a venir todos estos. Ahí. Se van para los dos lados. Vale. Vale, te lo voy a acompañar. Ahí va. Lanzamos. Que hace daño ahí. Puta madre. Vale, están ahí liados ya. Vale, ya le falta nada. Voy a salir de aquí, lo que no está escrito. Vamos a esperar tranquilamente ahora. Lo que sí es que vamos a ir para allá. Lo vamos a acompañar con eso. hecho mal ahí. No soy gilipollas. Va a complicar el tema, ¿eh? Vale, esto ahí. Venga, vamos a darle esto también para que vaya empezando a hacer un poquito de piqui piqui. Ahí, esto va a quitar el cansino. Qué mal estoy, ¿no? Voy a perder, ¿qué te parece, eh? Vamos a poner esto. Voy mal, ¿eh? Ay, Dios. A ver, vamos otra vez, ¿vale? ¡Epa, no! No te vayas para atrás. No, vamos a empezar, vamos a hacerlo otra vez, gente. Vamos a hacerlo otra vez con calma. Ay. Venga, que le he dado sin querer, que salió sin querer. Vale, esto lo sabemos. Vale, primero vamos aquí directamente. Por aquí. Con esto. Y te lo acompañamos con esto, ¿vale? Tranquilamente. Vale, estos son voladores, ¿no? Esto lo podemos darle ahí. Ahí estamos, tranquilos. Vale, esos dos. Me acompaña con esto. Y vamos con esto. Venga, eso allí. Muy bien. Vale. Eso por allí. Eso fuera. Esto para allá. Esto allí. Bueno, pues empieza el show. Por allí. No, bueno, con esto ya lo matamos, ¿no? Sí. Finiquita todo esto. Y ya está. Ahora sí, coño. ¿Qué complicaciones, macho? ¿Cuántas complicaciones? Me cago en 10. Vale. Ahora sí, coño. Vale, otra más completa. ¡Vamos! Otro menos. Ya sabía yo. La siguiente. Viejo ojo sombrío. Atraviesa varios objetivos con una viscosa anguila. Venga. Vamos a continuar aquí, gente, a ver qué hay. A ver. Vale, deberíamos ir a por el cofre de la derecha. A distancia. Vulnerable contra hechizos y daño de área. Vale. Pues vamos a empezar, ¿no? Por ejemplo, vamos para allá para darte de aquí. Te voy a acompañar con esto, ¿vale? Vale. Eso por ahí ya está. Va a matarlo. Vale, ahora sí. Bien, vamos a esperar tranquilamente. Eso ahí, tranquilamente. Bien. Eso ahí. Vamos para allá. Te lo acompaño con esto, por supuesto. Y te voy a ponerte esto aquí. Y para acá. ¡Oh! ¡Vaya predit! Machote. Vale. Vale. Hay que esperar, hay que esperar. Necesito un poquito en esto, ¿sabes? No se vale esto para allá. Pero ya estoy dándole. Vamos con calma, ¿eh? Que de momento vamos tranquilos, ¿vale? Esto lo podemos proteger aquí tranquilamente. Y este sí. Que nos piquen aquí un poquito el tema. Esto podemos hacerle ahí. Y eso ahí. ¡Oh! ¡Riquísimo! ¡Vámonos! Que esto ya está ya. ¡Qué guay, tío! ¡Vamos! ¡Otro menos! Me está captando. ¡Ole! Venga. Vamos, que nos falta media hora. Y le seguimos con la BLIZZCON. Venga. ¡Vamos! ¡Vamos, vamos! Venga, 30 más. Con esto llevamos 7. Vale, pues aguacil pata roja en la siguiente. Los locales llevan armadura, lo que reduce un 50% de daño físico que reciben. A ver, te paso con el daño elemental. Daño elemental. No voy a tener aquí daño elemental, yo creo, tiene muchas combinaciones esto, Vale, ¿cómo está esto situado? Vale, tengo aquí esto. Vale, tiene 4 de estos. Vale, pues nosotros podemos empezar por aquí. Tranquilamente. ¿Para qué? Pues vamos a coger esto por ahí. Y este. Poner eso ahí. Tranquilamente. Ahí, tiramos esto. Vale. Vamos tranquilos, Vale. Vamos a acompañarle. Ay, ay, ay. Y vamos a tirar eso. Uy, qué putita. A ver, tira, ya está esto, ya. Esto está, señores. Madre mía. Vamos. Esto por ahí. Vamos. Ole, nivel 4. Bien, bien, bien. Vamos controlando esto. Está guapísimo, macho. Hay que seguir, hay que desbloquear todo. Hay que darle caña, gente. Hay que darle bastante caña. Vamos otra vez. Consigue más recompensas. Vale. Este hay que seguir dándole para que siga subiendo. Vale. Vamos esta vez a subir. Y este también. Ahí le mejoramos. Vale, se acaba de restablecer tu registro de recompensas diarias. A partir de ahora esto ocurrirá una vez al día, a medianoche. Vale. O sea, vamos a... Dámelo. Has desbloqueado el jugador contra jugador. Lucha contra otros jugadores para ganar recompensas y ascender. A ver qué hay por aquí. La batalla de jugador contra jugador tienen lugar en mapas especiales con divertidos cambios de reglas que van variando. Gana honor con cada victoria para aumentar tu rango y desbloquear recompensas. No lo... Vaya que sí que ha cambiado el Clash Royale, no lo recordaba. Vale, Silvanas. Aquí está. Con 10.000 de poder. Vale. Vale, toma modesto. Toma modesto. Vale. Vaya el Terak. Cuna de invierno. Mapa siguiente con Kadarazi. Vale, 3 de objetivo. Único con furia. Y combate limpio, sin armas ni artimañas. Solo destreza contra destreza. Modificación siguiente, fortificación. Vale, es que esto es una locura, este juegazo, Madre mía, ya lo he leído, Nox. Ya lo he leído. Está guapísimo, bueno, yo estoy encantadísimo. Vale, los líderes tienen honor al ganar encuentro juego contra el jugador. El honor combina de tus 3 líderes con mayor rango de determinar tu rango juego contra el jugador en la temporada. El mapa, las torres o la modificación cambiarán cada 2 semanas. Para los rangos de bronce las minis estarán a nivel 1. Para los rangos superiores a 3000. Los niveles de las minis se dividirán en 3 redondeando. Vale. Qué guapo es esto, tío, Vamos a seguir porque en pocos minutos vamos a la esta. Y necesito esto a... Bueno, no, necesito esto a nivel de me faltan 2. Pues vamos a seguir con esto. Ciega enemigos. Captura torres y controla el mapa. Venga, va. Vamos. Encantado. Recordar, en el Discord estamos por ahí con el canal este de Warcraft Rumble. Vamos a hacer clan. Activos, señores, que vamos a darle mucha caña. A ver cómo es este mapa. Vale, tenemos 2 torres. Esto ahí. Vale. Picus. ¿Qué hace esto? Cuerpo a cuerpo. Nacimiento y tanque. Vulnerable contra voladores. Vale, hay que darle cosas. Aquí los voladores, ¿no? Vale. Vamos. A ver. Yo creo que vamos a empezar con esto, ¿no? Porque me viene aquí el colega. Ahí estamos, bien. Vale, tira ahí. Bien. Esto ahí. Bien. Vamos tirando esto para acá. Al final se va para allá, ¿vale? Vale, ahí vamos bien el tema también, No tengo minas, así que, bueno, de momento ahí se va a quedar. No me importa, Vale, vamos a coger esto para mí. Ahí estamos 2 más. No, vosotros no vais a ir. Ahí te vas. Venga. Uy, qué rico es eso. Vale. Vamos a ir controlando por aquí un poquito. Ahí está, volador para esos. No, hombre, troco, no me lo mates, puto, no me lo mates. Qué trozo. No, dame eso ahí, está. Vale. Mira para allá. Esto otro. Tú te veo, no lo vas a coger, señor. Vale, ahí. ¡Bum! Ahí te quedas. Vamos ya, hombre, acaba ya, ostras. Vale. Vale, de momento podemos ir para acá, porque es que si no, esto va a ser un caos. Venga, afuera. Esto para allá. Venga. Tira, 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 tira. Vale, por ahí va bien el tema. Por dos. Venga, va. Vámonos, que esto ya acabamos. ¡A la mierda! ¡Tira, hombre! ¡Vale! ¡Vámonos! Y otro menos. Qué guapo está este juego, tío. Es que lo mejorcito. Vale, vamos a... Bien, bien, ahí te veo. Uno más y ya desbloqueamos la hermandad. Vale. Vale, vamos bien por la esta, Vamos bien, vamos bien. Vamos bien. Venga, vamos a la siguiente. El Acorator. Vale. Van Cleef se ha hartado de que usen sus puertas como dianas de tiro al blanco con cañones. Su base será un buen sustituto. Vamos. Venga, que vamos a crear el clan. Pues ya mismo, enseguida. Vale, a ver, ¿qué tenemos por aquí? Vale, este tira a tope, ¿no? Bombardea las calles, el camión cambia de dirección con lentitud. Vulnerable contra el daño de asedio. Vale. Entonces tenemos aquí dos de estos. Por aquí tenemos... Vale, interesante. Vale, esto es para cambiar. Venga, vamos. Vale, primero. Va a venir este a tocar los huevos ya, ¿no? Vale, pues este va a ir para aquí. Le va a dar una hostia. Me cago en su padre y en su abuela. Hostias, tú, que va a empezar aquí a dar... ¡Ostras! Vale. No jodas, tú. ¿En serio? Bueno, ya empezamos. Venga, tú, dale. Madre mía, tío. Ya estamos con las mierdas. Vale. Vale, aquí vamos a tener un pequeño problemilla. Pero bueno, podemos tirar esto ahí. Esto lo podemos tirar aquí. Vale, bien, 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 todo controlado. Eso está muy bien. Hay que aguantar, tío. No me lo revientes, no me lo revientes. Todo. Venga, va, para allá. Esto para allá. Vaya, ya lo tenemos, señores. ¡Ole! Ya está, señores. Joder. Se me complica un poco, Vale, venga, todo. Vale. Vamos para allá. Vamos para allá. Venga, venga, venga. Vamos a esperar un segundo. Vale. Vamos aquí. Vamos aquí. Venga. Y otro más. Muy bien. Ahí le damos. Eso ya está muertísimo. Vamos a poner esto ahí también. Ahí está, esto muerto. Ay, 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 revienta, revienta. Vámonos. ¡Vamos! ¡Bumba! ¡Vamos! ¡Bien, coño! Venga. Pues ya lo desbloqueamos. Ahí estamos. Vale. Furia de pollos. O pollos furiosos. Vale. Luego, bandidos delfias. Sigilosos y débiles cuando están solos. Capaces de acercarse a hurtadillas. Vale, mientras el DP se abre un... Vale. ¿Y el otro? Esqueletos. Qué guapo eso, ¿eh? Eso es interesante. Uf. Venga, vamos a desbloquear estos. Estos me han gustado, ¿eh? Ahí estamos. Bien. Y 10 más. Siguiente zona. Has desbloqueado las hermandades. Son como clubes especiales para los jugadores. En ellas puedes conversar, compartir trucos y hacer amigos. Vamos a poner... Ahí estamos. Va a ser español. Bueno. A ver, ¿qué tenemos por aquí? A mí me gusta que vea yo. ¿Dónde la había visto, tío? Me gusta así, ¿sabes? El Murloc es que me pierde, ¿eh? Vale, esto lo guardamos. ¡Hala! Creado. Bien. Este es el cofre de guerra de la hermandad. Los líderes consiguen blasones familiares en Juego con Reo y Oleada de Arcoluz. Colaborad para desbloquear recompensas para toda la hermandad. Hostia, esto. Qué rico esto, ¿no? Esto es interesante. ¡Hostia! Que te dan un emoticono. Hostia, Silvanas, tú. Ahora la puedes conseguir con 10.000. 35 días. Vale. Bien. Vale, ¿hay alguna forma? Espérate. Ah, vale, aquí está esto. Bueno, esto no... Aquí es. Vale. Y no hay más, ¿no? Vale. Qué guapo es esto, tío. Me encanta, ¿eh? ¿Este cuál es esta zona? Bosque del ocaso. Vale, vale. Hostia, es que aquí se han desbloqueado más cosas. Como un arpías. Potenciador. Oh, amigo. Vale, 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 vale. Interesante. Valor mítico. Qué cabrones. Vale. Bueno, ya van saliendo cositas, ¿no? Energía Arcoluz. Ni puta idea. ¿Qué es eso? Todavía no tengo ni idea. Minero de hierro. Excavador de túneles. Vale, te llevo para allá. Hostias, que esto también utiliza para picar, ¿no? Vale, vale, vale. Si más seguro del que puedes traer un kobold, contrata otro para que trabaje tras las líneas enemigas. Este está guapísimo. ¿Cuánto es? No, quiero ver cuánto es. ¿Cuánto es? De 2. ¿Y el minero? ¿Dónde está? Claro, también es de 2, ¿no? Me imagino, ¿no? Bueno, está muy guapo esto, ¿eh? Vale, vamos a hacer la última tiradilla. Venga, vamos a hacer la última aquí. Necrófagi. Venga, va. Restablece su salud devorando las unidades que pierdes. Hostias. Venga, vamos a hacer la última, gente. Y lo vamos a dejar porque vamos a darle caña a la BLIZZCON ya. Y con esto ya, pues ya, con que la BLIZZCON va a durar un poquito de más, pues lo dejaremos por ahí. O sea, cada vez que muere uno, va a pasar esto. Hostias, tú. A ver cómo va esto. Vale, aquí hay un cofre. Hostias, vale. Vale. A distancia, vale. Es que hay algunas cosas que están muy guapas, me encanta, tío. A ver, vamos a ver una cosita más por aquí. Vale, esto ya es nada por aquí. Vale, vamos a empezar. Venga, vamos al lío. Primero, tú vienes para acá a tocar los huevos, ¿no? No, tú vas a estar quieto porque te lo digo yo, ¿vale? Vamos a empezar por aquí. Ahí lo dividimos. Vale, y esto lo podemos poner ahí para proteger todos estos, ¿vale? Venga. Ahí vamos. Muy bien.
Tastingo.
Vale. Vale, esto va bien, creo, ¿eh? Vale. Está muerto. Ya está. Bien, ahí. Desperta ya más subiendo de nivel. Me parece muy bien. Ok. Está bien, está bien. Más recompensas. Venga, ahí. Vale. Vamos a subir esto. Vale. De aquí vamos a subir esto. Lo subimos ya a nivel 5. Solo necesito necesito subir bastante. Y el despiertallamas. Vamos a subirle el despiertallamas. Ahí subimos de nivel. Muy bien. Bravísimo. Bien, 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 bien. Bien. Vale, pues nada, gente, vamos a dejar esto por aquí. Vamos a preparar ya lo de la BLIZZCON. Vamos a estar al loro. A ver, que vea yo por aquí. ¿Cuánto le falta? 9 minutos, vale, nos puede dar tiempo a hacer otro, ¿vale? Vamos a que nos den esto. Venga, Morladín. Son vulnerables al salir del suelo. Venga, va. El último, ¿eh? Y le damos. Y le damos, gente. Vale. A ver, ¿qué temáis? Por aquí. Vale, ahí tiene esto. Tiene la lanza. Vale. Entonces esto yo creo que podemos utilizar este por aquí tranquilamente. Y este lo podemos traer para acá. esto. Lo podemos tirar ahí. Muy rico todo. Vale, ahí vamos. Muy rico. Vale, con paciencia. Vale, podemos tirar esto aquí para tener algo más. Y esto ahí. Venga. Oye, es una locura, ¿eh? Vale. Nos podemos ir aquí tranquilamente, que no viene nadie. Bien. Vale, ahí se dividen. Es lo que quiero yo. Vale, aquí lo podemos aguantar. Eso es con todo esto. Venga, eso por ahí. No puedo llegar, no puedo llegar, macho. Vale, por lo menos van saliendo de cosas, pero... Vamos aquí. Venga, va, al grano. Ahí estamos, se acabó. Machote. Bye bye. Por fin. Vale, ¿cuánto le queda? Va a empezar ya, gente. Bueno, pues nada, vamos a dejar esto por aquí y nos marchamos ya a la BLIZZCON ya, ¿vale? Que hoy tenemos tema para aburrir. Vamos a completar esto y lo dejamos. Nos vamos rápidamente y ya quitamos las cosas tranquilamente. Vamos a que nos den la recompensa. Arcoluz desbloqueado en la tienda. Claro. Claro. Claro, claro. Claro, potenciador de Arcoluz. Claro, claro, ahora mismo voy. Vale, de momento, nada. Bueno, gente, va, nos cambiamos de sitio, ¿vale? Venga, va. Esto fuera ya por aquí. Y nos ponemos en marcha, como digo yo. Vamos a cerrar esto. Esto fuera. Esto fuera. Y ¡pum! Aquí estamos ya, señores. Se ve todo muy ya para preparar, ¿vale? Entonces vamos a cambiarnos de cascos y ya está, ¿vale, gente? Vamos a decirles hola, buenas tardes. Soy Pepito y vamos a cambiarnos de tema. Vale, entonces, vamos aquí a las cosas. Vamos a decir que no estoy ahí, que estoy en otro sitio. Estamos en el especial. Aquí, eventos especiales. Acá atrás. Vale. Y vamos a los demás, porque como estamos en todos los lados, pues venga, vamos a cambiar las cosas ahora mismo. Tranquilamente, porque va a empezar ya. Todavía no se escucha nada, relajaos, que no se escucha nada, porque no hay nada de momento, ¿vale? Entonces, ahí estamos. Vamos a ir poniéndolo todos, tranquilamente. Paciencia, si vamos bien. Aquí lo igual. Lo guardamos. Y aquí creo yo que deberíamos cambiar ahora. Si me deja esto, si le quiere ir. Yo creo que no voy a poner nada. Así se va a quedar, ¿vale? Vale, vamos a ver si se escucha esto. No tengo ni idea, a ver. Vale, voy a cambiar, ahora vengo, ¿vale? Vale. Pues esto va, ¿no? ¿Va a empezar? Pues va a empezar ya. Esto ya empieza, gente. Vale, vamos a bajar un poquito y vengo en un momento que voy a servicio, ¿vale? Ahora vengo.
BlizzCon 2023 would like to thank our partners: Omen, Game Life, Xbox, Power Your Dreams, Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Welcome back, BlizzCon. We're starting the day off right. Here's the World of Warcraft Deep Dive.
Good afternoon, BlizzCon! So good to be back. Whether you are here in the arena with me right in front of me, whether you're watching from elsewhere in the halls, whether you're joining us from the comfort of your home, thank you for taking the time to join me for this deeper, closer look at what's coming next in the war within. I love you too! I love you, BlizzCon. So Morgan and Maria gave you kind of a sneak peek at some of what's coming. Today I want to spend a bit more time giving you more information on the core features of War Within, as well as a few things that didn't get mentioned at all yesterday. So, beginning, just a little teaser there. So, to begin, let's talk delves. So, what is a delve? As you heard yesterday, delves are these quick, bite-sized, epic adventures for flexible-sized groups, either solo or with up to 5 players. They are role agnostic, so it doesn't matter if you're a couple DPS, if you're a healer and a tank, if you're a solo healer. We're going to make it work. We're going to meet you where you are, how you want to play.
Pero bueno. Ya están hablando del Delves. Venga, va. Ya estamos aquí. Venga, ahí lo subo, O sea, Delves son de 1 a 5 jugadores. Vale.
That's what delves represent in World of Warcraft.
De 1 a 5 jugadores. Esto como se me recuerda mucho a las
Structuring this,
expediciones.
really want to approach it as something that you are going to be engaging in all season long, with
Variety,
variety
flexibilidad y
and
progresión.
flexibility in how you approach it, and the replayability of the content is kind of a mainstay of what it's all about. But also want to build in progression. And I think if you're an outdoor world focused player, a lot of the time it's just about kind of spending your time doing a thing, going to a place, completing an event, but there aren't necessarily goals to work towards. There aren't necessarily reasons to be excited about getting an item upgrade because it's going to let you do something you haven't been able to do before. A difficulty progression built into delves is going to enable us to offer that. Now, there's a lot of lessons we've learned over the years from building this type of content, whether it was Torghast and Shadowlands, Island Expeditions,
Island y
scenarios,
escenarios.
you can throw in horrific visions in that list. We've learned a lot about how to tune
Van
these
a
sorts of
combinar todo
experiences,
eso en
how to
los
design
delves.
them for flexible scaling groups of different sizes, of different role compositions,
Clarísimo.
about what's fun and what isn't. But we've also learned, based on your feedback, about what not to do in some cases, in terms of how we structure it, how we present it. I think a key aspect of saying this is an endgame pillar is that it's an offering in parallel to the others, to dungeons, to raids. If you want to do this, if this is your jam, if this is your type of gameplay, we're there for you, and we want this to be as deep as you want it to be. If you're happy running Mythic Plus and you just want to focus on that, we're not looking to add another item to the checklist of things you feel you have to do to compete. It's an alternative. Unlike Torghast, which is something that, we did kind of say, everyone has to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you'd rather do something else or not. That gets back to some of the philosophies that Morgan touched on yesterday and how we're approaching designing and evolving World of Warcraft. We want to meet you where you are. We want to respect your time. We want to offer you the ability to choose how you want to spend that time each day, each night in Azeroth.
Vale, Torghast, pues le han dado la lección de que ha sido una puta mierda,
The
pero bueno.
character of delves and what a specific one will be like. The vibe here is about unraveling mysteries. It's about exploring. It's about feeling like an extension, a seamless extension of the outdoor world experience. These are not dungeons. Every dungeon is ultimately about killing a series of bosses or boss-like encounters, and the dungeon is over when you kill the final baddest boss at the end of the dungeon. And that's kind of the structure that they all have to conform to. As much as we try to vary the formula a bit, that's pretty much what they're going to be. In the outdoor world, things are a bit different. We can, break some more of the rules. And really, at the end of the day, the one consistent thing about delves is that they're all going to end with a room full of treasure. Some of those will have a final boss guardian in front of them. Others, you may be, just exploring, traversing the delve, flipping switches, solving a puzzle, defeating lieutenants, gathering things that you need to open the vault door. We can vary the gameplay, we can vary the feel of the experience. These are going to be instanced experiences, but they are seamless. When you walk up to, this, as I'll show in a second, a fog door at the entrance to a cave, at the entrance to a structure, you're just going to walk in, no loading screen, and now you're in a delve.
A ver.
You want to make sure this really feels like part of and an extension of the outdoor world. Now, as part of an endgame pillar, that means we're going to tie this into seasons. So, as well as a narrative progression over the course of a given season, there will be increasing rewards, increasing difficulty, and a change of pace, whether you're in Season 1 of War Within, Season 2, and so forth. Part of that is going to be the NPC.
Bueno, recordar, gente, que hoy no lo sé, pero mañana en el Discord vamos a tener ahí más información y tal, así que ahí lo tenéis todo muy bien. John Brown, bronce, primer Season. Hostias. Oh, Season estructura narrativa. Uy, compañeros de NPCs, está guapo. Nuestro queridísimo Bran vuelve. Qué bien. Y el Magni también estaba por ahí.
as Bran ventures with you, you might find some gear for Bran. You might be able to gear Bran up. You'll be able to spec him and customize his abilities to
Bran va a tener
complement
su
what
propia
you
SP
or
y
your
poder.
friends are bringing to the group. Whether you want more
Vale.
survivability, whether you want help with someone to tank, whether you want more control, this can help us balance the experience as well and give you another vector for your progression over the course of the journey. Now, I know this has kind of been very high level. I want to just give a couple of specific examples, just kind of a day in
Aprende
the
mucho
life
del Torgas,
of
de
someone
las expediciones,
jumping into
de los
delves
escenarios
in
de
War
Pandaria.
So let's say
A ver.
you are casually journeying across the Isle of Dorne,
Entramos, ¿no?
in its
Vale.
pastoral beauty, and you come across this structure with that fog door set into it, and you decide to venture in. So as you venture in, you are, as I mentioned, seamlessly in the delve, and you will find, just huddled inside the entrance, a group of expedition scouts who have come to this place. They've heard reports of great secrets, great treasures, powerful relics stored within, but they've been unable to proceed further. Because, they tell you, and Bran is among them, mind you, they tell you, this place, there's an unnatural, there's a disturbing darkness that has settled over this entire vault, and we can't proceed. Fortunately, they have in their possession a relic that they have brought that is an enchanted candle that can light the way. It has a little light radius around it. If you think back to the Vault of the Warden's dungeon, if you remember that in Legion, what the basement was like, where it really felt like just like a dark, scary place, but you could have this beacon in the darkness to guide your way, you have one of those. But, they tell you, it has very limited fuel. They dare not proceed on their own because they worry
El
that
sistema de housing, ¿pa' cuándo?
and destroyed by the terrors within. But you, of course, being the champion who's come along, you're up to the task. So you take that candle with its light radius that will begin to shrink progressively as your limited fuel burns, and you take some steps into the delve. Now, who do you find in here? Well, as it happens, you run across fellows like this guy. More jacked than your average kobold, but there's a lot of kobolds in here.
Qué raro.
And as you know, as any World of Warcraft player knows, where you find kobolds, you're going to find candles. And this guy's going to put up a fight, but it being World of Warcraft and all, you're going to take his candle. And you're going to take the candles of his allies and his brethren. And, that will help fuel this magic light that you have, help keep the light burning so that you can traverse the entire delve, defeat a couple of lieutenant-type enemies, bosses, solve a puzzle or two, and at the end, you make your way into the vault room that Bran is able to open once you bring him there, and you find this mock-up, work in progress of a treasure room, heaping with riches, treasure chests of various shapes and sizes.
Coges estos de tesoro me recuerda mucho a los de la...
You can just walk
los
up
de
and
Legión,
open, collect
en la
a
Isla
range
Bruta,
of
creo.
items, currency,
Por un sitio de
rewards, you
cofres.
name it. But you'll find a couple of extra large, resplendent chests in this room. Those may require special keys to open. Now, those keys you would obtain from doing kind of outdoor content, weekly quests. They're a bit more limited in how you can get them, but also allow us to offer and pace out the best rewards. They're on par with some other endgame content to make sure it's not, infinitely grindable or anything like that, but it's an extension of your outdoor world loop if this is your playstyle. Now, let's say you come back to the same delve on another day. You might find that there isn't a magical darkness settled over the place. Instead, there are earthen locked in battle with kobolds, and you can help turn the tide of that fight as you work your way through, dealing with some different challenges along the way. Variety, replayability, lots of layers to the experience. Now, so you venture back out into the zone, heading off to a different corner of it, and you come across this cave surrounded by mushrooms. It's known in legends as Fungal Folly. Now, maybe not being the wisest adventurer, that sounds like a great place to enter, so you take a few steps forward. In here, you might find an environment where, whether it's due to unusual ores or whatever in the walls, the rules of gravity are a bit topsy-turvy. And you'll find mushrooms scattered around the cave that you can use as basically jump pads to help navigate the environment, to skip over enemies you want to avoid, to reach high up ledges that you couldn't otherwise get to. You're starting to get the idea, like, this is more the world as toy vibe that we've tried to play with when we're creating outdoor events, outdoor spaces. These are not mechanics you necessarily find in a dungeon, but I think the team really is unshackled, is freed to explore a much wider array of gameplay when we're building delves. So let's talk a bit more about the loot. So actually, before we talk about the loot, sorry, these are the 12
sea, hay tres
delves
cosas en cada
that we
zona.
currently have planned, scattered throughout the 4 zones, each themed around the ecologies, each themed around the settings that you're going to find. Now, some of the
Tres o cuatro
attentive among
cosas
you may be
depende de
saying,
cada
wait a
zona,
minute,
¿no?
Morgan's slide said there were 13 delves yesterday. He might be right, but there also might be a secret delve that you have to explore a bit more to discover. That awaits you. So yeah, loot. Part of being a seasonal pillar means
Oh, la gran
going to the
cámara.
Great Vault every week
Madre
and
mía.
getting to share in that
¿Qué pasa con la gran
disappointment that
cámara?
your raiding and dungeon playing brethren have also had the
La
pleasure
gran
to
cámara
enjoy.
siempre ha tenido problemas, tronco.
We just want to make sure you don't feel left out. So you're welcome. So yeah, so you'll note this isn't a Delves row, this is a world row. And really that is enshrining these 3 PvE pillars, raids, dungeons, world. You'll be able to unlock some of these slots doing
Las
select
raids de
outdoor world
3, de
activities,
5
as
y
well as,
rotando a
of
7
course,
bosses,
delves with better
completando una
rewards
heroica,
from
mítica
higher
o
difficulty
hombre
delves.
pasión el
Our thinking
tiempo.
in terms of the rewards here, this is all
¿Pasión el
subject
tiempo
to
en
tuning,
mítico?
is that this should reach to, let's say, end boss
Bueno, y
road
completa
raid,
un Delve,
mythic 10 to
4 y
15
9.
type range,
Vale,
accessible just via solo
está
progression.
guapo eso.
Far better loot than you've ever been able to get before.
Deberían poner más de gran cámara, no solo estos 3, tronco, pero bueno.
And now, I'm sure this is, I know this is the Delve section, but I'm sure there's folks looking at this and being like, wait a minute, what about the PvP row? Don't worry, we got you. We are removing the PvP row from the vault. We're doing that based largely on feedback that we've heard that randomness and PvP gearing maybe are not the best combination. I know it took a few years to get that message through to us. So the way this is going to work is instead, you're going to get a whole lot more conquest. You're going to gear up at the same rate overall, but you will have complete control over your gearing path, just spending your conquest on the items that you want. With easier catch-up, if you come in late in the season, you don't have to worry about having missed certain vault weeks. Also, if you're someone who PvPs a lot and you raid, you don't have the awkward choice of that raid trinket versus the PvP item that's going to help your arena partners. So hopefully, just good news for everyone. Now, aside from, just power, also, you get silly
Hostias.
hats. Nothing more to say here. These just...
Vamos a hacer un cobol. Maravilloso.
These are just a few examples of the array of cosmetic rewards that will be exclusive to
Hostias.
delves, reflecting the varied
Esas máscaras
ecologies
de la
and
derecha
environments
molan
you're going to
mucho,
be
eh.
facing. So, silly hats, World of Warcraft. Less silly, just as, let's say, Mythic Plus players have amounts that they can earn over the course of a given season, this customizable flying mount will be exclusively available through thorough completion of the delve experience. You'll note the customizability of it. This will be customizable the same way you can customize your current dragon riding drakes at the rostrum. Just modularly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love our artists. Okay, up next. Warbands.
Por fin van a hacer algo guay, macho. Esto iba siendo ahora.
I feel like I could probably just save 10 minutes of this panel by just saying account-wide everything and just click through the next slides. But it kind of that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but turns out y'all play a lot of alts. I'm sure that actually the number of characters per person in this room in particular is like
Por
some
favor, que haya algún
insane
vídeo
average.
cortito,
But
un
the
gif o
average
algo,
WoW
tío.
player today
Me
plays
gustaría ver
with
más
characters.
cosas.
The two-thirds of players who have a level 70 have multiple level 70s. Half of players have 3 or more. Most people are playing multiple characters a week. And that's not something the game, it's no secret, has always done the best job of supporting. Now, part of that is because World of Warcraft 20 years ago was built with very different assumptions. And I both mean design-wise, but actually engineering-wise as well. The infrastructure and the architecture that was built. Back then, it took hundreds of hours to level a single character, of course, and playing alt seriously was far, far from the norm. But we've kind of inherited, we're still working
¿Dónde está la espada, la camiseta? Qué cabrón.
to this day.
Qué espada.
So when we get
Qué
requests
crack.
for 'em, when we talk about alt friendliness, we try to do it, but we're often working against, we're swimming upstream given the underpinnings of a system that were never designed for this. And that's why you get some, frankly, pretty clunky solutions. Like, well, if you want to transfer this currency to your alt, go to a vendor and spend some to buy a different box that contains account-bound currency that you can then mail to yourself, log out, log back in, take the box out of your mailbox, and open it on your alt. Congratulations, you have moved 300 supplies. Elegant design, ladies and gentlemen. What if we didn't have to do that? So at its core, warbands is, what if we just rebuilt those foundations and created a new future, both for the things we want to offer today and the things we'll be able to in the future, so we're not fighting against the nature of the system, but instead it complements what we want to do. Now, the focus here is really making it convenient, removing barriers, removing awkwardness in playing alts. We don't want to actively necessarily encourage it. People already want to do it if they do it. One thing the system is not going to be is something that awards you power or makes your main more effective because you have done things on other characters or anything along those lines. If you want to play alts, do so. If you just love focusing on a single character, that shouldn't feel wrong either. Now let's talk about some examples.
A ver la imagen. ¡Oh!
Okay, so I'm going to run through these pretty quickly. They're mostly fairly straightforward. It's a bank. It's an account-wide bank. Thankfully,
Warband Bank.
you should never again have to mail something to yourself.
Vale.
You also might notice, and so this is giant, lots of storage.
Como una
extra tabs that
hola,
can
una
be
pestaña de
purchased on the right-hand
hola
side,
tú.
so multiple
Vale.
tabs of these. You can organize them as you want. The very observant, the eagle-eyed, will notice a little checkbox mentioning reagents. If you deposit reagents here, you can craft from the account-wide storage on any of your characters. Next up, maybe a little new thing. Something that you might put in this account-wide storage are the ability we will now have to create war-bound items that are war-bound until equipped. You might get an item that you can't sell in the auction house or trade, but that you can give to any of your other characters for their use.
Lo puedes mandar. Pero no está ligado.
These items would drop as bonus personal loot from doing a variety of content. They would drop at a slightly lower item level than what that content would normally give you. Again, we want to make sure the right way to play is not, playing on multiple characters to funnel loot to your main to gear up your main faster, but just easy potential hand-me-downs, ways of getting an alt caught up, maybe even an excuse to level an alt if you get a really cool item for a class that you haven't had a chance to get up yet. So just an extra layer here, hopefully, making it easier than ever to progress, to accomplish your goals on multiple characters. All right, now quick rundown of some of the other integrations we have planned. Transmog. Transmog has always been, it's been for a long time an account-wide collection.
Transmog,
Vale.
Vale. Transfiguración, collection, integrado.
Now, if you were
Vale.
running, say, Ulduar on your mage and a pair of plate shoulders drop, you can still
¿Qué
add those
más?
plate shoulders to your warband collection.
Por fin. Vamos. Todo contra todo. Maravilloso. Vamos.
Self-explanatory. And then, if you log on your warrior later, your warrior can equip them, you're good to go. Hopefully you don't need to feel like you need to refarm the same stuff on as many different armor types anymore. Reputations, again, fairly straightforward. In War Within, reputations and renowns will work account-wide. We want to make this as retroactive as possible. That will take some work over time. We're probably going to start with Dragonflight renowns as a focus and a priority and work our way backwards. But going forward, we want progress earned on reputations to not really matter which character you're doing it on at the end of the day. It's the same content, it's the same experience. If you've gained access to some perk or some recipe, having to re-earn it, not terribly compelling.
Vuelos.
Here's a really
También
light
comparte.
example, simple one, just flight paths. As you explore the world, you learn
Vale.
flight paths, you
Vuelos
discover
también.
flight paths.
Bien.
Is it terribly compelling to have to go back to a spot that you've already been to in multiple characters just to learn a flight path for the 4th time? No. If you have a flight path network unlocked, you have that unlocked across your warband going forward.
Vale, bien. ¿Qué más?
And here's an example of something new, just delves. An example of how having this as a foundation means that we can build new systems to inherit.
Oh, los delves
at an
también.
account-wide level, just
Vale.
kind of as part of their DNA. as you are advancing Bran as a companion, as you are empowering him, as you're customizing him.
Vale.
Again, logging on to a different character and going back to having a weaker Bran that doesn't offer the tools that you've grown accustomed to, that's more frustrating than fun to re-earn those things. Let's make that progression inherently warband level, inherently account-wide.
Vale. Logros.
And achievements. We've had account-wide achievements for a long time. You know, no secret, they have the little blue bar over them, indicating that they function at an account-wide level. What Warbands allows us to do is kind of invert that paradigm and change the vast majority of our achievements to be account-wide, to have that actually be the new default. So if you do part of this PvP or crafting or other achievement on one character, part of it on another, your Warband can earn the achievement. Once your Warband earns it, you've earned it.
Ah,
You, the
bien.
player, are doing the thing.
Todo. Menos mal. Vale. Bien, bien. Bien. Qué
And then
bonito.
this,
Qué bonito. Así va a ser, tío. Qué bonito. Bueno, bueno. Qué bonito.
to kind of signal this shift up front, there's no like mechanical functionality here, but just in terms of presentation,
Caben 4.
what you'll see when you log
¿No?
into World of Warcraft with multiple
Qué
characters
bonito.
is a selection of your favorite characters huddled around a campfire or another setting. You'll still have your full list accessible, but we want to make it clear that like you, the player, have
Qué
this
bonito.
cast of characters that if you want to dress them all up in consistent transmogs,
Está
go
guapo,
wild.
eh.
One thing you might note here, if you're very eagle-eyed, also by the way, if you're very eagle-eyed,
Qué
don't read
guapo,
too much
está
into things
guapísimo
like
esto.
the evoker wearing leather. That's just, it's internal mock-ups. We're not changing anything crazy there. Sorry. But you will note that the evoker is level 13. That's going to be a thing that's possible because they'll start at level 10. But because Dragonflight's going to be the new leveling expansion, by the way, going forward. One thing you might notice is there isn't really much here about realm selection. Warbands are a realm-agnostic, faction-agnostic feature. You will just see all your characters here. If they're on different servers, we'll make it clear that they're on different
Está
servers.
muy guapo
But you
eso.
shouldn't have to like go to the change realm screen and swap
cambio.
around. They're just all here. Okay. Hero talents. So, at their core, this is a chance
Talentos
for
heroicos.
us, as we continue to evolve and advance our class system, to explore some deeper class fantasies, to look at iconic archetypes like the Farseer or the Dark Ranger or the Mountain King, or others often inspired by major heroes in the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that space. Now, Morgan said this yesterday, just to restate, this is a completely flexible system. It's as flexible as your current talents and specs. Nothing like covenants or anything like that. Anytime you could change your talents today, you can change your hero spec.
Flexible,
you
o
can
sea,
swap
está
around your
bien.
hero
No habrá que
talents.
gastar un vale.
They're just talents.
Bien.
Now, some of our goals here, of course, we want to offer progression, but we want to do so, frankly, while managing complexity to a certain extent. When we started planning for War Within, we knew, all right, we're going to raise the level cap by 10. 10 new levels means 10 new talent points. The kind of default option for us would have been to take the existing class and spec trees and just add a couple more rows to each of them, add new points to spend. But we've been down that path before. We know exactly where that leads 15 years ago. There's a tremendous amount, there's an insane amount of like multiplicative combinatoric complexity from adding those additional options. And it also destroys some carefully constructed choices that are really successful that we've just built up in Dragonflight today, where you can't quite have all of these things and need to pick one or the other. Suddenly, when you can get all of them, it can lead towards homogeneity as well. So this approach allows us to both explore deeper class fantasy while focusing the decision space in a way that offers power without that excessive complexity. So the way it's generally going to look is a third talent tree. Again, as mentioned yesterday, at the
Ahí
center
está.
of your screen, you have class, you have
La han
talent,
agrandado,
in the
han
middle,
separado y han
you have
puesto
hero
en el
talents.
centro los
You'll note, so there are 10 nodes. There's an initial node that you get as a starter node at the top that you'll get initially when you unlock the system at 7.
Tiene tres,
And then 10 more
tiene
nodes to
uno,
unlock.
luego tiene
You will
tres,
get all of them
luego
on the way to 80.
dos. Una a la
At level
izquierda
80,
que
you will
tiene
have
también
this
otras
fully
opciones.
unlocked, similar to
En el
lead
centro uno,
artifacts, let's say.
a la
So
izquierda
you don't
tiene
have to
dos también
agonize
para elegir.
over,
Una a
where
la
you're
derecha y
placing
otro.
any
Vale, vale.
choice
Hostias,
along the
tiene
way.
muchas cosas ahí.
Now, the choices that you will make are which hero spec do you want active, and also there will be choice nodes within the trees, just as the class trees and the spec trees currently have, which you can toggle, adding quite a few permutations to the system as a whole.
Está
If you
guapo
want,
eso,
as a kind of simpler collapsed view, once you've hit max level, you can just condense it down to only show
¡Qué
the choice
guapo!
nodes for easy swapping back and
Muy
forth.
bien,
customize your
está bien
spec for
puesto,
whatever activity you're
Qué
setting
guapo
up.
está eso.
Now, I want to take a little bit of time to quickly walk through a couple of trees to give a sense of the sorts of things you might find in here. All of this is subject to change, all subject to iteration, and the extensive feedback we know we're going to get. I'm going to use druids a lot as an example here. Going to focus on the case of a balanced druid. Part of why the team starts with druids is because y'all are complicated. We figure there's 4 specs, 3 roles. We figure let's try some of the hardest cases first. When proving out a design, it's nothing against.
Bueno, el druida, no sé, el pícaro y compañía.
But there's a reason why you probably tend to see more druid examples than other classes, because we figure if we can make it work for druids, the rest will be okay. The 2 options available to a balanced druid are this Keeper of the Grove tree and Elun's Chosen. Keeper of the Grove is available to balance and restoration. Elun's Chosen is available to balance and guardian. The former focuses on calling the forest to your aid on summoned treants and augmenting their abilities and what using that cooldown means for your gameplay. Elun's Chosen focuses on augmenting your lunar abilities, many of the arcane damage, moon-themed abilities for both specs. So let's look at the Keeper of the Grove tree first. The first node that you're going to get as you just opt in is just kind of a baseline improvement to your throughput while treants are out.
Es una pasiva.
This just kind of emphasizes thematically what this tree is about.
Estos creo que son un poquito más fuertes. Son talentos más mejores.
Some of the nodes in these trees are just going to be simple, straightforward passives. Not everything is going to double and triple down on the same tree.
Máximo me han incrementado un 5% hasta un máximo. Incrementa hasta un 20%.
Oh, by the way, if anyone's worried,
Con el
wait a
astral
minute, what about
power.
the auto taunt? That's a mess in dungeons. We'll let you opt out of that. Don't worry. Or, passives could just augment your abilities, your resource pool, and just make you a better druid. An example of a choice node, again, this can be about doubling down on
Genera 4 puntos el astral power durante 2 segundos. Incrementa la curación un 20. O el daño incrementa un 8% y el Starfall un 4%. Hostia, esto hay cosas muy potentes con el druida, Y todos son pasivos, ¿no? Todos. Sí, todos son pasivos. Esto lo voy a quitarlo aquí. ¿Lo puedo cogerlo? No. Voy a quitar 10 segundos. El beneficio de la armonía. Hay cositas muy guapas.
Pivoting to Elun's Chosen, again, this is lunar themed and shared with Guardian Druids. So the
También tiene sus propios talentos, claro.
is going to call out 3 specific signature abilities: 2 balance, 1 Guardian, and make them, meaningfully more impactful to your gameplay.
Este va a ser un poquito más largo, de lo habitual.
You might read this and realize that, Lunar Beam is going to become a pretty powerful defensive cooldown, especially in dungeons. You have a big pull going on. You're leeching a lot of damage back from what you're doing. This is now something that you can really count on and plan around as you approach your gameplay. On the Moonkid side, this of course adds an extra layer to planning and throughput in your rotation. Noting a couple of these things that we're modifying may be deeper optional talents in your existing spec trees. We also, where we can, want to offer ways to make sure that you can trigger those effects even if you don't have the baseline talent, though you'll probably want to as well. So this talent just has Fury of Elune triggered as you're doing your regular rotation when you Moonfire, both just naturally, it's a powerful effect that's going to fire more frequently, but also to the extent that the rest of the Elune's Chosen tree is tying into it, you'll get those benefits as well.
Vale.
A couple of more passive examples here. Again, just doubling down on magnifying your arcane lunar throughput.
La habilidad de arcano se incrementa el daño y el próximo daño arcano un 2% y se estaca hasta 5 veces.
We'll leave this slide up for a while. These are our current plans for all 39 of the hero specs, so 1 per current specialization. some cool
Hostias.
fantasies here to explore. Definitely really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound
sea, cada uno
frankly maybe
tiene-
a bit lame. Are there any that
Vale,
you
el
hope
rogue
you
tiene
see on
3.
here that you're
Claro,
not
depende
seeing
que
on
sea, si
here?
eres asesinato,
We are, well
combat o
underway
sutileza, ¿no?
building these out,
Vale.
but it's definitely early enough for us to pivot on a lot of these if there's something the community is really excited about.
Está guapísimo.
Want to like triple super underscore, you know, the example talents I just gave.
Ya, yo creo que le potencia las habilidades de las habilidades de esa clase, porque son todos pasivos. No sé, un pesinistro que le dé 50 puntos, si le incrementa 100 más estaquea algo, yo qué sé. Es un ejemplo que doy. Está guapo esto.
Probably in the spring, we want to have as many, if not all of these hero specs playable from the start, so that we have the entire alpha and beta window to iterate on them, to replace the things that aren't working, to dial them all in to where everyone's going to be excited about what they're getting in War Within. It's a long road ahead. We can't wait to share that journey with you and really just collaborate, discuss back and forth every step of the way.
Está muy bien, lo de los talentos heroicos, si son pasivos y de fuerza. A ver, ¿qué más? Más, que es que tal. Raza aliada, los terráneos. Bien, una nueva raza aliada hace tiempo. La última vez que pusieron raza aliada fue en... Hostias, ¿cómo se llamaba? ¿Te lo puedes creer? Battle for Azeroth. Creo. Sí. No, en Legión. No. Hostia, no me acuerdo, tío. Pero andará por ahí el tema, ¿eh?
And join you as either Horde or Alliance. So yes, Horde Dwarves. We haven't yet finalized what the racial abilities are going to be, but the available classes, 10 out of the 13 available classes.
Para los allies.
Now on the right side here, you see a concept of the heritage armor.
DK, Hunter, bueno, cazador, mago, monje, paladín, sacerdote, pícaro, chamán, brujo y guerrero. Vale. Ah, no, esto para las razas aliadas. Vale. Esto quiero saber. El Dragon Raiding se queda. Estaba clarísimo.
Very early on in Dragonflight, probably before Dragonflight even released in beta, that we could never go back to how it used to be. Honestly, we hoped that would be the outcome. We hoped the feedback would be, this is so awesome, we just want this to be how flying works forever. But we immediately began, you know, making plans for what that
se va a quedar, estaba clarísimo. Ese trailer con el Fénix me puso muy, muy guapo. Bueno, bueno. Y el Invencible que lo vi también por ahí, bueno. Va a estar guapo.
Oh, weird. I meant to have two mounts here, but I only see ashes on the right. But anyway.
Invencible y el Fénix, me parto, tío.
We want to expand this to the broader array of mounts that you have available. I think the only
Está
downside
guapo,
of Dragon Riding
que cago, lo tienen que poner, coño.
You don't have much reason to use so many of the mounts that are your favorites visually, aesthetically, that you've earned and done so much to collect. You want to make sure that as much of your collection is viable as possible. So not every single flying mount is going to be able to support dynamic flight. There's some animation logistics to work with there, but as many as we can.
Yo creo que tienen que poner más habilidades para el Dragon Raiding, yo creo, Yo creo que lo pondrán. Ahora lo dirán, a ver. Me estoy adelantando. Pero coño, iba siendo hora ya. Vale, muy bien dragones, pero no hay dragones. Es lógico.
Just to clarify, like, this is the future of flying. So everywhere that you can fly today, you will be able to dynamically fly or dragon ride.
En todas las áreas pueden volar, estaba claro. Todas las áreas, Azeroth. Todo, maravilloso. Hombre, por fin, vale, bien, coño, bien.
We also understand there are some folks, for accessibility reasons, personal preference reasons, maybe you just like being able to AFK in midair, that, you know, dragon riding isn't your favorite. We don't want to take anything away. We want to let all these mounts that can currently you do the old school flying mode, toggle between dragon riding or let's call it TBC flying. Up to you, whatever you prefer.
Vale, la Burning Crusade la van a dejar como vuelo normal. Bueno, yo la veo.
And to be clear, dynamic flight will be available from the very start when you go to Castlegar on the Isle of Dorne,
Bueno.
just as it was in Dragonflight.
Vale, en Calzagar también. Vale.
Old school TBC flying, Pathfinder style, will not be available right away, but it will be unlocked shortly after reaching max level with no reputation grind requirements. Just play through the campaign, explore the continents, then you can fly that way as well. The existing dragon riding glyph system in the Dragon Isles, we want to pivot that to a bit more of something that's evergreen. Some of those unlocked traits may change to only work within the Dragon Isles. Others that are more essential to just the experience feeling good.
Pero claro, ¿qué sistema va a haber de glifos? Porque si van a poner para todas las monturas.
Things that you will inherently get as you earn dynamic flight and level up naturally. We don't want down the line players to feel like they have to go back to an old expansion and fly around and collect a bunch of glyphs just to be able to explore the new expansion. And in that vein, this is going to be the new default for leveling players. I mentioned earlier, when War Within comes out, instead of BFA, Dragonflight will be the new leveling experience that you merge into as a new player after you leave Exile's Reach. And so you're going to get dragon riding very early in that experience. As you just level up, gain player levels, you will improve your flight ability and get all the vigor perks and everything else that everyone has come to expect. And that's just going to be how the game works as a baseline. This is what flight is now.
Vale.
Don't worry, PvPers, we haven't forgot you. This is long overdue. We should have been doing this
Battleground.
earlier. So there's a new battleground coming in War Within. It is a 10v10 map
10
set
contra
in
10
the Ringing Deeps.
map.
This is inspired by Silver Shard Mines with a few twists. The Ringing Deeps are a place that's full of natural resources, that's very sort of thing that the Horn Alliance will be likely to skirmish over. I'm going to show you a very rough, early, kind of like top-down mock-up of the layout here. The idea is, unlike Silver Shard Mines, which is radial symmetry, this is more, mirrored and reflects the two sides trying to both push their own minecarts to collect resources while also fighting over a pivotal central control point that's going to change the outcome.
Va a haber mucho combate en el centro,
This is something that the team has actually been playtesting internally a bunch over the last couple of weeks, having a blast with. When we make battleground maps, we don't really artify them. We keep them really rough, which is why I don't have any good images to show just yet, because it really is all about the layout. There's no point making it look pretty if the spacing isn't correct, if the exact paths aren't correct. That's going to be the next step. Can't wait to get this in front of everybody to start testing in alpha and beyond. And this isn't just a one-off.
No,
We
VG de
want to
10
keep
contra
adding new
10.
battleground
También.
maps going forward. This is an essential part of the game. And I mentioned 10v10, but we are just about to undertake a little 8v8 solo queue RBG experiment in 10.2 in a week or two. So depending on how that goes, you may be experiencing this one 8v8 as well. So stay tuned. Otherwise, we have a few ongoing interface updates that we're continuing to work on. In Dragonflight, we overhauled the HUD, the action bars.
Estaba claro,
the
la
baseline
interfaz tienen
UI
que actualizar,
experience.
tienen que
We
poner
made
más
clear at the
cosas.
time that was just the beginning. This is something we want to continue chipping away at, updating different pieces of the UI to be more streamlined, better reflective of the modern gameplay experience. So just a couple of examples here. So the spellbook, we are looking to modernize, update,
¡Hola!
actually take
¡Qué
use of,
bonito!
more than like a 1024 by 768
¡Qué
monitor
guapo!
resolution. Ideally, you're not going to
Oh,
have to
qué
flip
bonito.
through multiple pages to find some ability that's not on your action bars.
¡Qué bonito!
Also, we're combining this with our talent screen. If you look at the tabs at the bottom, you have
¡Qué
spec,
bonito! Un poquito
talents,
más
and
grande.
spells
Está muy bonito.
all in one place. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for all the things that your character has
¡Qué bonito!
available, rather than having two separate windows that you need to move between.
Muy bonito. Está guapísimo.
Some light updates here. I think improving the overall aesthetic of the quest log, the quest window. Think if this is harder to show off just in a single screenshot, but we are adding a bunch of filters to allow you to hide and show different objectives, to
Sueño
see what
Esmeralda.
quests are
7
available at
capítulos
once,
son. Vale,
to
ya sabemos
filter
algunos.
your log for the things you care about most. We also have a full pass in progress on our quest iconography to make it easier to differentiate between daily and weekly quests and remove, our reliance on just shades of color as much as we do, which really, it is a color blindness issue for, the range of quest bangs where the only difference is what color it is. And again, this is just a couple of examples of ongoing efforts. This is a project that will never be done. We're just going to continue improving and updating different aspects of the UI as we go. Yes. So this one basically speaks for itself. I've mentioned earlier, your warband is a cross-realm construct. Increasingly,
Reinos
so many of the
cruzados
activities
de
that players engage
hermandades.
in socially
Tío, pon
span
sistemas de
multiple
hermandad,
realms.
tío,
You
por
have a raid
favor.
group, you have a mythic plus group that you run with,
Os
a group
cuesta
that
un
you
montón,
PvP with,
tío.
but you can't be in the same guild together. Not any longer. That's a thing that will change when War Within comes out. Apply, recruit, server shouldn't matter when it comes to joining a guild, when it comes to being in a guild, when it comes to accessing the perks of being in a guild.
Qué guay. Entre reinos. Me parece muy bien.
And people may be wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean if now guilds are cross-realm? What about mythic raiding? If your guild is
Desde el
cross-realm,
primer
your
día,
guild wants to raid
míticas.
mythic, you should be able to do that day one. So
Raid
no more
mítico.
realm restrictions
Entre
there.
reinos. Muy bien.
The Hall of Fame will still exist, just kind of as a memorial of accomplishment, but it's not going to be tied to unlocking anything anymore. That's just there day one. And really, just philosophically, this is another step towards one of our goals of just tearing down barriers, making the game as social as possible, making it as easy as possible to play with who you want to play with, regardless of your server, regardless of your faction. As much as possible, if you want to play WoW with somebody, let's make that happen. All right, so that brings us to the end of this whirlwind tour / deep dive of War Within features. I know there's still a bunch of questions,
tío.
a bunch more information to share. Can't wait to do that in the coming days and weeks. But to begin, I'd like to invite everybody, if you have questions, if you're here at BlizzCon, go to the Darkmoon Fair in Hall D. You can drop off questions there. If you're if you're going online, you can go to the WoW or WoW Classic subreddits or our official forums and either ask your questions there or upvote others. This coming week, when we get back to the office, we're going to huddle, review the top questions, and record streams for both Classic and for War Within, addressing the top questions to try to get as much information out there as possible. So. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited to begin this journey together with you. Can't wait for the War Within. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. I love you all.
Bueno, pues bien. Muy rico. Vale, ¿qué faltaría ahora? Pues ni puta idea. A ver, horario. A ver. Bueno, vamos a quitar esto tranquilamente. Bueno, lo que se esperaba, básicamente. O sea, no tiene mucho. Bien. A ver. Duraba hora y media. Empezó a las 8. Vale, pues entonces nos faltan todavía 3/4 de hora para la siguiente, que es Overwatch 2. A ver qué dicen, tío. Y luego después viene Diablo, que también sí me interesa. Entonces veremos todas las cosas de lo que hay. Y nos faltan 2 cosas. Entonces de ahí ya se acaba la BlizzCon completamente. A ver qué dicen. Pero bueno, me gusta mucho. Le daremos caña. Vamos a darle mucha caña al WoW también, ¿vale? Con paciencia, pero sí le daremos bastante caña. Habrá cosas que, por ejemplo... A ver, estamos ahora mismo, para que sepáis que este ya es el segundo día. Llevamos ya desde ayer que estamos haciendo streaming en las 4 plataformas. En Twitch, YouTube, Trovo y Kick, ¿vale? Todo eso lo vamos a unir todo en nuestra comunidad de Discord, que poco a poco estamos arreglando cositas. Por ejemplo, el Warcraft Rumble, que tendremos un espacio que a partir, creo que de mañana por la noche tal, empezaremos a darle caña. Segunda cosa, que sepáis, las cosas de YouTube importantes se va a subir a, como por ejemplo esto de la BLIZZCON, va a ser en el canal de YouTube de Patches World, o sea, el de siempre, ¿vale? Ahí donde vamos a ver directos importantes y tal. Cosas ya así secundarias como juegos así de streaming y tal, no lo pasaremos ahí, pero estaremos en Twitch, en Trovo y en Kick. Todo lo demás que se ha resubido por shorts o por vídeos tranquilos va a ser en el YouTube de siempre, ¿vale? En la de donde estaba haciendo lo directo. Así que ahí vamos compaginando todo un poquito de cómo va a ir el tema, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, vamos a esperar. Van a hacer un resumen de todas las cosas que ha habido hoy y ayer, de todos los trailers y todo. Y mientras yo leo por aquí cosas importantes que salen, algo más que siempre sale por aquí en Twitter. Y bueno, a ver qué pasa. Vale, pues vamos a ver qué más cosas por aquí. Por ejemplo, en la esta de BG de PvP, ¿vale? Le han quitado la gran cámara porque es que era una chorrada, básicamente. Entonces lo han reemplazado por PvE, básicamente. Que pues lo veo bien. Y en segundo lugar, también he leído de cosas del PvP que la nueva esta, ¿vale? La nueva esta, el nuevo mapa de 10 contra 10, ¿vale? Tienes que empujar un carro, ¿vale? Dependiendo, entonces va a haber un momento dado que te vas a cruzar y va a haber ahí PvP, ¿vale? Dice que depende de cómo vaya el 10.2, el de Sueño Esmeralda tenga una versión de 8 contra 8, que eso estaría guapo también, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno. Lo que deberían hacer, tíos, es que lo que deberían hacer, colega, con lo de la guild es poner un sistema de hermandad. Todos los MMOs, tío, es que todos, la mayoría, tienen un sistema, tío. Y no lo tienen el WoW. Esto es que todavía tengo ahí eso, ¿sabes? Es que suena una locura, tío. Vale, ahora en vez de Dragon Raid se va a llamar vuelo dinámico. Vale, me parece muy bien porque va a ser el que va a estar, ¿vale? En el 2.5 va a traer el vuelo dinámico en el viejo mundo, que lo dijeron también. También se va a alternar el vuelo normal, vale. Vale. Está muy bien. No han dicho mucho más por aquí. Bueno, la pantalla de selección esta de personajes es una locura. Qué bonito está, tío. Es que me recuerda mucho a Lost Star, tío, así, ¿eh? Qué locura. Es que me encanta. No hay mucho más por aquí. He visto, creo que, por ejemplo, no sé si es el Demon Hunter o el de K, que se pueden confirmar que vienen vampiros, tío. No sé. Estoy yo... Entonces, bueno. Bueno, vamos a ir viendo esto poco a poco. ¿Os acordáis la máquina voladora, ¿no? Que tenía un tropecientos millones de piezas. Pues dice que puede ser personalizada de forma similar a los jinetes de dragones. Eso está guapísimo. Sí, sí. Van saliendo cosas que estoy viendo. Por ejemplo, la decadencia. No, decadencia no. ¿Cómo funciona la cadencia del contenido de las futuras expansiones? Porque nos han dicho 3, ¿vale? ¿Vale? Y lo que estoy leyendo por aquí dice que los jugadores han deducido que las futuras expansiones durarán menos tiempo con la gran cadencia de contenido que va a haber. Que lo ha comentado Chris Meche, que habrá una mayor cadencia de contenido. Nada más lejos de la realidad, el equipo de Blizzard en el panel, ¿vale? Han aclarado que se refiere únicamente a la historia del juego. ¿Qué significa? Que quiere decir que las expansiones seguirán durando el mismo tiempo, o sea, 2 años aproximadamente, como está ahora sucediendo ahora mismo en Dragonfly, más o menos, y Shadowlands un poquito. Dice que esto quiere decir que las expansiones seguirán durando el mismo tiempo, pero la historia se contará menos pausado. Y por lo tanto tendremos más contenido al mismo tiempo. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que habrá una historia, ¿vale? Que no lo van a dejar de cada 5 meses o cada 6 meses, que ha sucedido en Dragonfly. Entonces, para eso lo que van a hacer es que habrá más características, más contenido, pero la historia va a ser menos pausado, se contará más rápido. Entonces, habrá más contenido y mejor, todo mejor con la historia y tal. Eso está, pues, escucha, bien. A ver, cosas que también sabemos, por ejemplo, de Dragonfly, porque a ver cómo lo unen con lo otro. Y aquí han puesto lo siguiente. Dice que no habrá parche de contenido 10.3. O sea, ahora el día, en 5 días viene el 10.2 del sueño Esmeralda, Admidrasil, todo eso, y con Firak y toda la movida. Dicen que se lanzará nuevo contenido aproximadamente cada 2 meses en lo que resta de expansión. ¿Eso quiere decir? ¿Cómo? Pero cada 2 meses va a haber contenido de Dragonfly. Me estás contando que seguramente que para el año que viene, a primeros de enero, habrá nuevo contenido de Dragonfly. Pero no va a ser el 10.3. Imagino que será la historia. Porque lo que tienen que hacer, si visteis ayer con esta historia que estáis viendo, se supone que Anduin ha regresado de Shadowlands, ¿vale? Y encuentra a Thrall ahí. Entonces, le está dando unos pensamientos y unas cosas que le están haciendo daño por el corazón de Azeroth. Y al final de la imagen sale la espada. Entonces, vamos a ir al mundo subterráneo. Me juego lo que tú quieras, ¿vale? Que el traspaso de Sueño Esmeralda a que lleguen a la espada va a ser el contenido de cada 2 meses hasta que llegue la nueva expansión. Que seguro que el prevento será como sacar la espada y toda la movida. ¿Cómo nos meteremos? Pues seguramente por ahí, por el agujero de esa espadoca. Que se lo estáis viendo aquí en la esta. Es que van a quitar esa espada de ahí, ¿vale? Entonces, el agujero que quiten la espada va a ser donde van a empezar a ir los nerubianos y toda esa movida de la nueva expansión del WoW. Entonces, sabremos qué pasa al final de Midrasil. Con Firak, que lo matarán lo más seguro, que se va a tomar por culo, ¿vale? Y claro, a partir de ahí se contará 2 meses, prácticamente, porque dicen que se lanzará cada 2 meses la expansión. Entonces, cada 2 meses habrá algo nuevo para que sea, que se enlace con la próxima expansión. Que creo que falta 1 año todavía. Porque de esto, ya sabéis que cuando anuncian una expansión en la BLIZZCON, todo está muy calmado en este mes y medio que falta de año. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Pues que habrá muchas entrevistas y cosas y tal. se calma un poco todo, pasa a los Reyes y todo eso. Y ya a partir ya de febrero es cuando ya empiezan ya a salir los data mining más o menos de la alfa y la beta. Que habrá alfa y beta. Porque en la compra de la expansión, ¿vale? Te dan con la de 90 euros la beta fijo, ¿sabes? No la alfa, la beta. Recordarlo. ¿Vale? Y confirman que la última banda es Amir Brasil, la esperanza del sueño, es lo último. Entonces, no sé qué va a pasar al final, lo sabremos, porque de aquí a unos 4 días sabremos cómo continúa la expansión. Porque aunque sea la última raid, sabremos qué pasa con Firak. Y ya a partir de ahí, tenemos que ver qué pasa. Esos serán los próximos contenidos que dicen que cada 2 meses. No sé yo. Se fuman muchos puros, pero bueno, no sé. No lo sé, a ver qué pasa. ¿Vale? La raza aliada lo sabemos, está bien. Y no hay mucho más. No han dicho mucho más por aquí. No veo nada. Así que bueno, es lo que viene de contenido. Si van saliendo alguna cosita más, pues bueno, a lo largo de estos días es cuando saldrá toda la información y tal, ¿vale? Entonces bueno, poco a poco, ya sabéis, gente. Que de momento no están diciendo nada. Va a haber muchas entrevistas hoy, lo diremos. Entonces, a partir de mañana, creo, mañana, habrá cositas y habrá vídeos seguramente frescos, lo más seguro. Paciencia, lo que hay, gente, no hay más, ¿vale? Nos falta media hora para Overwatch 2. Yo creo que van a comentar el nuevo modo, porque ya el Eure ya le han dado bastante bien hermoso ya de todo. Pero nada más, ¿eh? No sé, tíos. No sé qué va a pasar. Es que lo que tienen que hacer, tíos, le faltan... Está todo bien, pero le faltan 2 cosas del WoW, macho, en el retail. Que es, uno, un sistema de housing, tío. Que lo habían planeado desde que empezó. Y 2, un sistema de hermandad, tío. Eso sí deberían también poner. Porque las profesiones yo creo que lo van a dejar este sistema para la próxima expansión, seguro. Porque no han contado nada de profesiones. Va a haber más entrevistas, habrá más novedades y van a sacar más información. Pero de momento no hay mucho más, gente. Así que a ver qué sucede, gente. A ver, tengo ganas. Vale. Tengo ganas y a ver qué sucede. El Overwatch 2 yo creo que es el peor de todo lo que han sacado, tío. Porque no me puede venir una BLIZZCON para presentarme un nuevo héroe, que me digas que van a hacer un rework de un mapa antiguo y un nuevo modo para PvP. Tío, ¿qué es Overwatch 2? Que has tenido que hacer un rework entero. No me vengas a la BLIZZCON con eso, por favor. Luego he visto por ahí alguno por ahí de los que son de contenido de Overwatch 2 Y he escuchado una de... Le preguntaron, oye, ¿qué tal el contenido de Overwatch 2 de la BLIZZCON? Y le ha contestado, una puta mierda. Pues entonces eso. Pues una puta mierda. Estamos bien. Entonces, bueno, a ver qué sucede, tíos. A ver, me encanta la pantalla de selección de personajes. Bueno, eso me ha fascinado muchísimo. Y creo que tengo muchas ganas de que llegue. Vale. No hay mucho más, no hay mucha información por aquí, ¿vale? Y vamos a seguir dándole caña al Warcraft Rumble, está clarísimo. Bueno, le daremos caña. He jugado casi 3 mapas. Y bueno, 3 zonas enteras. Y está muy guapo. Tiene mucha estrategia eso, tío. Tiene muchísima... Mucha estrategia. Mucha. Tiene muchas cosas. Y eso está muy bien. No hay mucha más información. Han sacado mucho más. Mañana es domingo. Puede haber algo. El lunes creo que sí ya habrá más. Pero bueno. Vamos a ver lo que sucede. Bueno, vamos a esperar, tío, es lo que hay. Diablo 4. A ver, yo estoy... Hay muchas cosas en 2024. Porque también... Pues, ha comprado... Os recuerdo que Microsoft, Xbox, ha comprado Activision Blizzard más King. O sea, esto lo pueden meter en Game Pass. Eso sabéis lo que significa, ¿no? En 2024. Tiene muchas cosas guapas, yo aviso. Yo creo que sí. Pero a ver qué pasa. No tengo ni idea, tíos. No lo sé. A ver qué pasa, tíos. No lo sé. Pi, 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 pi. Categorías, accesibilidad. Estoy viendo aquí cosas también, ¿eh? Hay que esperar, gente, no hay más. Hay que limpiar. Que falta nada. 22 minutos para empezar, ¿vale? No, aquí no hay nada. Vale. Nada, vamos a esperar, gente. Bueno, vamos a eliminar todo esto. Nada, vamos a seguir viéndolo, gente, hasta que siga el tema. Que tengo ganas ya. No hay mucho más aquí. Estoy mirando, si hay más cosas. Es que no veo nada más, gente, ahora mismo, ¿sabes? Vale, pues vamos a ver cómo va el tema. Yo estoy muy contento, o sea, está muy guapo. Yo el 30 de noviembre, vamos. Yo el 30 de noviembre le voy a darle mucha caña. Es que está clarísimo. Le voy a darle bastante caña el 30 de noviembre. Ya voy avisando. Vale. Eso es lo primero. A ver qué hay yo por aquí, si hay algo más. Se pone todo loco aquí jugando el macho. Estoy mirando por aquí, porque no veo yo. Pero no dicen mucho más. Estoy viendo otra cosa, pero es que no. A ver. No lo van. Esto. Nada, tampoco. Ahí va. A ver. Bueno, hay que esperar, tíos. Es que no hay mucho. que esperar, hay que esperar. La espada esa me pierde mucho. Me pierde más de lo que yo creo, Ya aviso. Me pierde bastante. The War Within. Tío, es que me pierde mucho esto. Esto me pierde mucho, tío. Muchísimo. Aquí están recordando el nuevo héroe. Piri, pi, 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 pi. No va, no sé por qué no va. Toma, 5 de noviembre mañana, ¿no? Sí. Pues no me deja ponerlo. No sé por qué. Bueno, eso ya lo veremos también. Aquí cositas que estoy mirando, cotilleando. Pero bueno. Bueno, que va a empezar nada, en 14 minutos, gente. En 14 minutos le empieza el mogollonaco, ¿sabes? Entonces, venga, vamos a ver si esto ya una vez lo ponen. Sí, va bien todo por aquí. Y pi, 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 pi. Bueno, nada, vamos a esperar, tío, porque si no... Qué paciencia hay que tener.
And style. You can't do better than an MSI monitor. Rapid IPS and rapid PA displays provide gamers with the quickest response time on the market, giving you a competitive edge.
Bueno, ahora viene Overwatch 2. A ver qué sucede, gente. A ver qué sucede.
Clear images, 1440p resolution, and 1 millisecond gray-to-gray response. Check out the latest MSI monitors to give you the advantages you need.
Vamos a ver una cosita por aquí. Cositas guays. A ver, ¿esto cuándo sale? Vale, quiero buscar algo, tío, pero no lo encuentro. Vamos a ver una cosa por aquí, mientras que estamos viendo aquí otra vez los vídeos y tal, de todos los anuncios. ¿Han dicho algo, tío, de lo que yo quiero saber? A ver. Vale, pero mejor así. Vale, por aquí hay cositas guay ya del Warcraft Rumble, que sí me gustaría ver más. A ver, me faltan por desbloquear cosas, ¿vale? Sí, poco a poco van a ir poniendo más cosas. Esto tengo que... Esto va a estar muy guapo esto. Pues no, así no me gustaría. Hay muchas cosas aquí. A ver qué pasa con esto. Si lo pongo esto así, ¿qué pasaría? Se puede así, ¿no? Vale. Ah, va a empezar ya en breves. 7 minutos. Viene Overwatch. Viene Overwatch en 10 minutos. En 7 minutos, perdón. Que estaba diciendo cosas que no son. ¿Sabes? Nada, estoy viendo Warcraft Rumble aquí. Está guapo. Estamos viendo, ¿eh? Estamos viendo, relax.
There he is.
Good afternoon, BLIZZCON!
No way.
So good to be back with the
No way. No, dude, I have to get that. Oh my god.
I love you too!
No, vamos a esperar, tíos. Vamos a esperar. Vale, ¿qué más podemos hacer por aquí? A ver. Vamos a ir poniendo cosas, ¿sabes? Esto sí lo podemos... Va a empezar en breve. Nos faltan 5 minutitos o así, ¿eh? Esto lo podemos... Ah, que no puedo hacer nada de esto. Vale, pues nada. No puedo hacer nada. Bueno, esto ya lo miraré mejor. Esto me lo guardo. Vale. Vamos a empezar ya, ¿no? En 7 minutos. Bueno, en 3 minutitos. Vamos a subirlo por aquí, gente. Y vamos a ver qué novedades hay, gente. Venga, viene Overwatch. Es que no han dicho nada el modo, tío. Es que... No, yo es que no digo nada. Yo me callo, que soy mejor. Y ya está. Yo no digo nada. Y ya está. ¿Ya? ¿Empieza o no? No, no va a empezar, pero va a empezar ya mismo. Va a empezar ya mismo, señores. ¿Empieza o no? No, no empieza. Aquí está el loro, gente.
Power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in the upper left. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX, we're all gamers.
Hay 100 runas. Estoy viendo cosas que van saliendo. Hay 100 runas en el Season of Discovery.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our next panel presentation.
Bueno, Overwatch.
Into the
Venga.
future. Here's Overwatch. What's next?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 runas de el Season of Discovery. Ojito, ¿eh? Bueno, sorpréndeme. O solo me vas a decir el héroe.
Hello, BlizzCon.
¡Wow!
It's hard to believe that we're already more than halfway through.
Estoy muy desilusionado.
BlizzCon is an event that I wish could last the whole week. During yesterday's opening ceremony,
General
I showed
Manager,
off a
pues
few
no lo
things
trabajas nada,
the
tronco.
team is working on. It feels great being up here with these brilliant people, working on all of the fantastic things coming soon to Overwatch 2. I'd like to kick things off this session with a quick intro. I've been Overwatch franchise GM since November 2021. While I spent most of my first year as executive producer of Overwatch 2, I'm now focused on guiding Overwatch at the franchise level. Way back in 2013, and early in my Blizzard career, the company made the decision to move forward with a project codenamed Prometheus. I remember sitting in the room that day and seeing the look of wonder in the eyes of everyone around the table. It wasn't about numbers or dev schedules. No, the magic in the room was created by imagination, imagination of the adventures to come in the Overwatch universe. I had a similar feeling again at BlizzCon in 2014. I sat in the crowd at opening ceremony, and I literally held my breath
Qué mal se
as
oye,
the
espera.
announcement of Overwatch
A ver.
approached.
Yo creo que va mejor
And,
ahora.
as that
Ahora sonará
Overwatch
mejor.
logo came up at the end of the first ever cinematic, the love in the hall felt as close to tangible as I've ever experienced. Since then, we've shared Overwatch as team-based PvP in the original game and now in Overwatch 2. And we also shared stories about our heroes in our cinematic pieces, comics, and short stories. But there are more stories to tell and brand new experiences, big and small, to share in the future. As GM, I'm leading the exploration to push the frontiers of Overwatch and to reach beyond.
Muy bien.
But today,
A
we're
ver.
very excited to talk about the cool things coming to Overwatch 2. We're going to show you stuff that's very much work in progress, and perhaps tell you things that would make marketing nervous. But we really want to give you as much visibility as we can into the future of the game. Before I hand it off to my teammates, I have some high-level context on where we're taking Overwatch 2 and our goals for the next year. We're focused on giving the millions of players in our game each day the very best PvP experience we can. While we'll be mixing in PvE events and modes and progressing storytelling, our main goal for Overwatch 2 is striving to make PvP gameplay more rewarding, and more fun. For today, our intention is to focus primarily on how we are aiming to improve those elements of the game that we know are important to so many of you. To go through it all, we have members of our fantastic team here. I'd like to hand it off to Game Director Aaron Keller to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. And hello, BlizzCon. Yeah, so we are excited to share.
Wow, yo estoy muy,
many
vamos,
of
muy
the exciting
contento.
things that our team has been working on as we can. I'm Aaron, and I am joined by our lead character concept artist, Daryl Tan, game producer, Monica Lee, associate art director, Peter Lee, hello, and senior system designer, Gavin Winter. Okay, so let's kick things off and get into it. Peter, can you talk to us about Clash?
All right. Hello, BlizzCon. I wish I have a Chris Metzen voice. What up, BlizzCon? Focus. All right. As you can see, I am super excited to be here and share some of the content that we prepared, especially for Clash map. So before I jump in, let me share a cool video with you guys. So can we
A ver, un mapa pues vendrá con un modo nuevo, ¿no? El mapa antiguo que lo van a que van a hacer un rework del mapa.
Cool. Yeah, Hanamura is one of my
El
favorites.
Hanamura que lo van a cambiar.
We'll talk more about that, but
Vale.
before I jump in, everything we are going to see today is very work in progress. And as a matter of fact, we were making a lot of changes even this week also. So please, look at this, screenshots and videos and concepts, as that, inside of your mind.
No enseñas mucho más, ¿eh? Te vas a coñar.
Looks pretty familiar too.
I think that looks awesome, and we'll talk more about that. Yeah, so our original 2CP maps were absolutely gorgeous. However, due to challenges we had with the 2CP mode, we had to remove some of those iconic maps, from our rotation, including Hanamura. There are beautiful, lots of beautiful maps in our game, yet Hanamura in particular has a special place in our heart for many reasons. Let me share my story. When you are trying to create a world that no one has seen before, there's a little bit of uncertainty and a lot of question, as you can imagine. Am I doing it right? What is the world that we are trying to build, Aaron? And as what Chris Metzen mentioned yesterday, sometimes very epic thing can start with a small heartfelt moment. And this is the perfect example. I still remember the day that I created this concept. I was walking down the back alley of the Japan street with the Google map, and I got obsessed about a small mom and pop store, and I loved it. And I was thinking, yes, let's expand this world with our lens. It was a magical moment that I cannot forget. Just like that, Hanamura was one of the first locations that really made a team feel, this is it. This is Overwatch. Yes, we can build this world. Our vision of this universe instantly became clear. So after we retired some of those iconic maps, we have wanted to find a way to bring them back, because Hanamura is loved and known to our players and to our characters. Also, there were so many stories that we had developed around this city, right? So, now with this new Clash mode, it was our perfect opportunity to bring, our Hanamura back. However, the big question was, how can we do this without
Están explicando un poquito cómo está el map. Que no tiene mucho misterio.
Original location from our game. Instead, we wanted to expand the world because identity is so important in our game. So we made a new section of Hanamura, a street right next to the original map. And we named our map Hanaoka, meaning flower hill. You can picture the image, right? When you play this map, you can even see some section of the original Hanamura, the map in the backdrop. As you can see in this screenshot, there's a famous Rikimaru ramen shop, and you can see the gate right behind it, right?
We all know what that gate is.
That's a famous choke point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you play this game, you should be able to tell where you are roughly. And during this process, we also made a few new assets that can hint at the stories of Shimada clan and Hashimoto clan, also Kiriko's yokai group, and many others. So as an example, what you're seeing on the screen, the tiger represents Hashimoto clan, and the dragon represents the Shimada clan in our story.
Te va a decir la historia del mapa, tío, que es que no, tío. Pero bueno, vale. Te lo compro.
The story into our environment. I don't know if you can feel it, but every step and decision we made for this Hanaoka map was pretty exciting personally as a fanboy. And I hope this map also makes you excited as well.
Yeah, that joy that that joy that Peter and his team have put into the Hanaoka map really is infectious. And we're very excited for players that loved Hanamura to re-experience it, and for players that are new to feel that wonder for the first time. All of our maps are these beautiful works, and Hanaoka pushes that even further. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Clash, it's the third new game mode that we've made for Overwatch 2. The third new game mode we've made for all of Overwatch after Push and Flashpoint. I think it's probably important to go into a bit of why we even make new game modes for Overwatch. We think it's really important to always be developing new maps.
A ver, el nuevo modo de
we put
PvP.
out several of them every year, but each time we do it, when we build a map for a known game mode, one that we already have, we can only make so many changes to that map. Like an escort map, it's always going to have 3 sections, and we use really hard corners in those to provide choke points for the offense to get through. We try to provide as much variety in those, but we really can't make something completely different until we start working on an entirely new type of objective, entirely new types
No hay
of game
vídeo,
modes.
ya verás.
If you look at something
Va a haber
like
eso y
one
ya
of our
está. Es
escort
que no va a haber
maps
ni un
like
vídeo ni nada del
Dorado,
modo.
and
Por
then you
favor, no
compare
me
that
digas
to
eso.
something like our Flashpoint map, like Surabasa, you can see those are very different levels, and they provide different a different type of gameplay experience too. There's different strategies when you play on different types of game modes. There's different heroes and team compositions that you might want to pick. So we think it's really important for us to continue to do that. I don't know how long we'll continually make a new game mode every year, but we're not at the point where we think we ought to stop yet. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of Clash and the history of 5CP, because Clash has 5 control points laid out in a row. This is not the first time the Overwatch team has tried to make a 5 CP map. We originally started making it for
Estoy muy cabra con esta gente.
Volskaya
Hayan
Heavy
quitado la
Industries
esta, es
started as a 5
impresionante. Es
CP
que
map.
eso es
Our
entenderlo.
early
Pero bueno,
prototypes
déjalos.
were of that, and we had
Siguen
like
con mapas y
5
con
control
héroes.
points
Madre
laid
mía,
out
tío.
in a row. And originally we called it Iron Star. These images right here were pieces that Peter did a long time ago as we were working on Iron Star. And I think you did these when we were on Project Titan before Overwatch, right? Yeah, how old are these images, do you think?
I don't exactly recall, but I like it. It looks cool.
This is like maybe 2010 or something like that. And so we even had 5 CP maps on Project Titan that we were doing. And we even had a variant of it that was a 3 CP map. And when you look at 3 CP, where there's like a point in the middle and one on each side, it's almost like a symmetrical version of Assault, or what the community would call 2 CP for Overwatch. I'm assuming most of you know what it is. If you're new to Overwatch 2,
Bueno, aparte de esto,
play the original
se suponen que habían
2
dicho un
CP
juego
was
de
a game mode
supervivencia.
where there was an
No han dicho
offense
nada.
and a defense, and the offense would try to capture 2 control points
No
in a row.
entender.
And we had a lot of issues with 2 CP that we were never really able to solve. And the 2 biggest ones, they're related to each other. The offense sometimes would just get stalled out at the first choke point in an assault map. And the way those maps were designed, because there's only 2 objectives, we really favored the defense from a level design point of view. But sometimes the offense would make no progress in the map, time would run out, they would lose.
No hay
It
vídeo,
felt
ya
like
verás.
the match had like no story to it, almost like nothing even happened over the course of that game. And on the other side, sometimes because Overwatch can be a game that snowballs a bit, the offense would get an early pick, they'd win a team fight, instantly take the first point, they'd all have their ults, run to point B, wipe out the enemy team,
Está muy bien
and
que
then, like,
expliquen,
win the whole game
pero
or
si
the
nos
round
enseña un
if it
vídeo,
was competitive.
estaría
They could do
guapo,
all
pero
of
es que
this
no
in
van a
under a
enseñar
minute.
nada.
30 seconds sometimes.
And yeah, in 30 seconds in like the most extreme examples. And it just felt like on the defense, you had like
Claro que este modo yo creo que
no
llegará
opportunity
a
to
mediados,
respond
ya
to
el
that.
año que
Like,
viene, yo creo.
the answer was like, you shouldn't have one person die very early in the match, you know? And it's like, it didn't work. So we spent months and months trying to fix it. And we never were really able to come up with something that worked that didn't
Es más cojo el
require us
Overwatch.
to completely rebuild some of those maps. One of the things we did try was we like greatly expanded the cap time for those control points. It's like over a minute to take them some of the time. There was some promise, there was a lot of fun, but the way those maps are built, defending a point from the defense never really worked. The map geometry
Madre mía.
didn't really like let that happen in like a fluid way, but we kind of always kept that in the back of our mind. So when we started to develop Clash, we thought of some of those experiments because we knew the community had a love for Assault, a love for 2CP, because when it played right, it was pretty amazing. Like, I really loved Assault. And so we started thinking of a version of it, maybe it's not a successor, but at least some of the mechanics were inspired by 2CP, and so we started working on Clash. And so let's, like, I can get into a bit of the rules and the way Clash works. That, I guess, was the preamble for the way Clash works. I was a history major. I always like go into the past before I get to the future. Sorry. So there are 5 control points, and at the start of the game, each team owns the 2 control points that are closest to their side of the map, and the middle point is the neutral control point. That's the one that both teams are going to fight over. For all the people here at BlizzCon, you can think of it as BlizzCon. Point C is the Overwatch World Cup. The arena over here is point A, and the Warcraft section is point E, all the way down at the other end of the halls. The center control point is going to unlock, and both teams
Hanao, que es el hermano de Hanamura,
team
básicamente.
captures
O sea, el mapa que hicieron.
a new control
Y
point
que
is
avanzará
going
la
to
historia de
unlock
múltiples
in the
personajes.
direction that the
No sé
offense
qué vas a
is moving.
contar.
If you've played other
en ese mapa.
multiplayer games with 5CP, typically those have 2 control points active at any time. We don't do it here. We just have one at a time. every time we've tried to make
No va de vídeo,
more
pero
than
están
one
poniendo en el mapa de que el nuevo modo vas a
active
tener
for Overwatch,
2 y 2 de
the game just
captura.
doesn't work
Entonces,
the same
habrá 2
as it does. Like,
neutrales.
some of the magic is gone.
Conseguirán uno más menos
The
dependiendo
map,
del
like, the
tiempo, yo
magic of
creo.
Overwatch
Ya
is two
está.
teams working together for a common objective,
Pondrán
and the
más
heroes,
información,
sort of
pero es
like
que no...
relying on each other to do that.
Me enerve
So
muchísimo.
in this example, point D would unlock. If Team 1 were to take point D, they would, then point E would unlock. And if they were to actually go all the way through and capture point E, then Team 1 would win. It doesn't happen that often. It's very defensive.
El que
They
tenga
let
las
that point
5,
be
pues
what takes
gana.
longer to
Claro.
capture as the offense. And so typically this match starts moving back and forth, and the offense will push a certain distance, and then they won't take the next point. The defense will take it, and then the defense starts moving. So it almost feels a little bit like 2CP, but you're moving back and forth across the map. Each of these points, when you take one, your team will score a point. So we do have a maximum score in there. Sometimes 5CP can devolve into these hour-long matches where nobody's able to push all the way through. That's our early out in this phase where you get to a certain score. We're still tuning that right now, but you'll hit a certain score, and then your team will also win right there.
Aaron, would you say it's our sweatiest game mode yet?
Some people on the team say that this is like the sweatiest version of Overwatch because you do move back and forth a lot. You have a lot of moments where there's a lot less chokes in a map like this. We don't have the same sort of chokes that 2CP did. So there's a lot of free movement back and forth, and there's a lot of cool strategies you can have. You know you're going to take a point sometimes, and you start pushing your team forward to start just getting a positional advantage on the next one. It can be really fun.
Yeah, something I really like about this process that we were developing this game, like not like we wait a long time before we finalize anything, and like we were just like quickly building it and blocking it out and put it in the game and test it and get the feedback and fix it and re-put it in the game. So that kind of collaboration between our team members was very meaningful and in a way very similar to this the fast sweetest game mode, the fast pace the game mode. So
yeah, it's like really interesting to think about. Like the team really came together for this. Our team has grown a lot over the years. We have a lot of new people on the Overwatch team, and this is the first time that we've actually created a new game mode from scratch with all new people on the team. Gavin Winter was a part of it.
Maravilloso, todo muy bien.
Level
Todo
designer on it,
genial.
Morton. He wasn't on the original Overwatch, and so these people like really came together. It's like this new team, this new group of people that were able to pull this off. I'm like so proud of all of them to be able to do something like this. Okay, so that's Clash, and we're going to talk a lot more about PvP changes coming to the game and heroes. But before we get into that, Monica, can you get into some of the PvE updates that are coming?
Yeah, super excited to be here chatting with you guys. PvE encompasses so many different things, and we are working on some really fun stuff for next year. For most of it, we don't have any specifics that we can share just
PvE
yet.
update.
I know I'm a monster, I'm sorry. But it's really awesome to see
Sorpréndeme.
how invested people are and what's going to happen with the Overwatch story, both canon and non-canon, with the heroes and the universe. The team has received some really great feedback from players that we're going through, and we're using all of that to inform how we develop all of the cool stuff coming next. But for right now, I'm really excited to share some major updates coming in Season 8 for Hero Mastery. The thing that I really love about Overwatch is that it isn't just one thing, there is something for everyone. For folks that wanted a solo challenge and leaderboard experience, we introduced Hero Mastery this past September. It's been so much fun for us to see players in the courses trying to top their previous scores and get better,
Hero
so
Mastery.
we're really excited to expand the
Pollas.
roster of playable heroes.
Those scores go to the 100th of a second.
That's too OP. Coming in Season 8, we'll have 5 new heroes joining Hero Mastery. Those will be Diva, Echo, Genji, Lucio, and Mei. Plus, we're also excited to have leaderboard resets go live with this update, and we'll also be introducing replay bookmarks, so you can rewatch parts of your gameplay and look for areas to improve your score.
I really enjoyed Hero Mastery. Personally,
A ver.
As a being a support main, I don't support mains. Yeah, as a being a support main, I don't get to play the tank too much. Like I wanted to expand my hero roster, but I didn't have a proper introduction to that role. So Hero Mastery was the perfect opportunity for me to jump in and like practice my skill. And especially when I was doing that with Reinhardt, like it was such a great moment for for me to learn the a control of charge, when to charge, how to stop, like how early should I stop. So that was just the very fun moment that I had with Hero Mastery.
Are you a top 500 Reinhardt now?
Getting close.
Close. Soon. Keeping with the philosophy of having something for everyone, we don't want to limit the Hero Mastery experience for folks who want to play with their friends or maybe meet new ones in game. For me, Overwatch has been a social game, and we're really looking forward to bringing that into Hero Mastery next year with Hero Mastery Gauntlet. This new 3-player co-op mode features the Hero Mastery Art Kit, bots, and all new gameplay that is focused on enemy waves and tower defense. We have some work in progress footage up here where you could see the 3 Gauntlet towers, which
Me
are
recuerda a la PES Legend eso.
the goal for the team is to defend the towers from attacking bots. There'll be exploding bots, flying bots, all sort of varieties there. And it's really fun to challenge juggling the defense of 3 towers, the different kinds of bots, and different ways to power up. And so as a result, you want to make sure that you're defending really well in your towers, getting power-ups on all of them. There's airstrikes that you could call in if you're being swarmed by bots, or you could generate healing for the entire team.
This is awesome. As I just shared, like I had a lot of fun with the Hero Mastery, right? But like now you can play Hero Mastery plus I'm a big fan of like a tower defense mode, and like you can do that with your friends.
Yep, and there's leaderboards for this too. So like, there's going to be like a crazy race when this one comes out. It's really hard too. It's a great thing.
Yeah, I played it recently, and my 2 of my towers just went down immediately. Gotta practice some more.
I had a really funny moment on Monday. We were doing a stream on J3's stream, and someone in the chat asked, would we ever do a tower defense mode? And I said, that is very interesting.
Interesting you asked that. When Gauntlet ships, we're gonna have heroes rotate seasonally, and we're also gonna have new custom rewards from challenges. We really want each game to feel highly replayable and really unique, so we're really excited for you all to jump into Gauntlet with your friends next year.
Pues vale.
It's going to be super fun. Okay, so we've heard just a little bit of feedback on our competitive system since we did a rework last year, and we've listened to all of it. It's important for us to hear what you all have to say. So we've been hard at work on a pretty big overhaul to it, and Gavin is here to talk us through it.
Thanks, Aaron. First, I want to tell you about our approach to improving competitive play. So, as most of you know, we have some big problems.
El diseñador de sistemas.
We're not transparent
A ver,
about how we
características
construct
que
our
tienen.
matches, how your rank is determined, or how our rewards function. Most of you have all the golden weapons you'd ever want, so giving you competitive points doesn't feel great. And since we launched Overwatch 2, we've had issues with
El
the way players
competitivo,
are
macho,
distributed at our
que te
highest
den
and
un
lowest
llavero,
ranks. But thankfully, though, these problems make our
un
goals
retrato
straightforward.
y otra cosa
We
más
need to
por
put
esa
more feedback
temporada
in the
me
game
parece una
about
mierda.
every aspect of competitive that we can.
Es
We
lógico.
need new rewards and improved clarity around how to get them. And we need to address the pain points. Things like how bad it feels to be on a loss streak.
Yeah,
So,
that's-
yeah.
It's.
Yeah.
We've heard that a lot. We've definitely heard that a lot.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good to have 14 losses. in a row.
No. So in Season 9, we're introducing a variety of changes to competitive play. First, we're removing the requirement to get 5 wins or 15 losses to get a competitive update. Yeah. So, you know, loss streaks
Que
would
por
guarantee
eso
that you're going to
del
rank
competitivo
down,
es una
so what's the
mierda,
incentive to keep
tío.
playing if you're on one?
Que es verdad.
In its place, we're adding a new page that makes your rank more transparent than ever. Let's go. We call this the competitive overview. With this new system, your rank will update after every match, win or loss. The progress bar at the bottom shows exactly how much your rank increased after this win.
Vale.
You can see that ranking up to Plat 5 is on the right, and ranking down to Gold 2 is on the left.
And when you hit that, so when you win a game and it hits Plat 5, you immediately rank up to Plat 5. You're not waiting extra games to do something like that.
En trabajo esto todo en progreso, pero bueno, ahí tienen una idea. Vale, lo veo. Vale, aventajado
So
y
we call those green
equilibration.
arrows below that progress bar rank modifiers. They show why your rank changed the way it did. So, since we want to be as precise as possible. So these are explained in detail by the information button on this
Yo creo que
page.
hasta mitad del
But an example
2024
here
nada,
is streak. This one means you ranked up even more because you're on a win streak. We'll talk about that smaller progress bar in the top right in a moment. But as you can see at the bottom, we've also added a link that takes you straight to the final scoreboard.
Yeah, and there's also a rank progress. It might be hard to read. It's a little bit small on the screen, but it's right above that bar right there. And right now it says your rank progress is 85%. So you can see you're exactly 85% of the way to the next rank. There's a lot of people, when we give feedback, a lot of people were asking us to bring SR back. It was the system that we had on Overwatch 1. And we did have a few issues with SR, and maybe like two of the biggest ones are one, it was a very arbitrary number to just say you were 2374.
Arbitrary. 2374. Everybody knows
Right.
what a 2374 is.
And it does, like we recognize it does take on meaning after a while for people that are playing with it. What we're hoping here is that you're Gold 1 and you're 85. You're 85% of the way through Gold 1, and that actually has more meaning for the vast majority of players. And also at the same time, the difference between a Gold 3 and a Gold 4 sometimes is just, it's like less than 4 wins away from each other. And so that wasn't necessarily conveyed very well through the SR system. We really like having these divisions in there, and we really want people to know precisely where they are in that division. And so that's the reason we went this way. Obviously, we listen to feedback, you know, like the system can evolve over time, but this is where it's at right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we launch
¿Qué
Season
más?
9, we'll also be resetting ranks and bringing placements back to Overwatch 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
This
7,
isn't
8,
a
9,
full
son
MMR
10.
reset, but it will give you a chance to
Son
make
10.
a big change to your
Vale.
rank. Because your placements game
Son 10 y luego ya te pondrán, ¿no? Te predice más o menos en qué rango estás.
Along with some big
Vale,
changes to
bien.
our systems and hero balance. We want to give everyone a chance to earn a new rank because we'll also be redistributing players at all ranks. Those of you in Bronze 5, Silver 5, and Silver 4 know how hard it can be to rank up in our current system, and we can fix that with a redistribution. Those of you in Grandmaster 1 also know that we have more Grandmasters than we ever did in Overwatch 1. So, as part of this redistribution, we're also adding a new rank above Grandmaster called Ultimate. We want to update our competitive rewards every year too. So in Season 9, we'll be adding Emerald Weapons. Now this art's not final, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the types of rewards we want to add each new year.
I need those emeralds.
Colores
and
de
emeralds.
armas.
They look so cool.
Skins de armas.
So when we
Cambian
add
el
Emerald
color.
Weapons, we'll convert all of our current competitive points into a legacy currency that you can still spend on golden weapons if you want. But to show these off, you'll need to earn competitive points in the new season.
Yeah, and I think what's like really exciting about this, I love the new redesign, but there is this annual cadence that we are trying to bring into the competitive side in Overwatch. And I know when we first launched Overwatch 2, the seasonal reset and placement was very controversial. But this is going along with a whole set of additional rewards, a redistribution of players across the ranks. And we think that initial set of placements now is worth it to get everything else that we've got. And it's also like a really exciting moment for players to look forward to on an annual basis.
Yeah, every 2 months was probably way too often.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, going back to solving our problems. We know that the competitive challenges page was really confusing, and that was the only place to see how to earn our
Vale, los
rewards.
logros de los
So, we're
competitivos se
removing
van a la
competitive
mierda.
challenges and
Vale,
building a new page to show progress towards seasonal rewards.
vale, se van.
We think this page is a much cleaner way to show rewards and the requirements to get them. You may have also noticed that smaller progress bar in the top right again.
Van por roles.
Instead of our old end-of-season challenges that rewarded competitive
Tanque,
points based on
daño
your
y
final rank, wins
healer.
and losses both progress you toward big payouts of competitive points. But just like our current weekly challenges, wins grant a lot of bonus progress. And another small improvement
Pone
we're
ahí
gonna make
temporada.
is showing the range of ranks in the match instead of just the average. You can see that in the top left. We're also planning a lot of bigger changes
A ver.
after Season 9, like with grouping and competitive, for example.
O sea, el match va a ser entre
We
ese
want
rango y
players to
ese
be able to
rango.
play with their friends.
Vale.
So we'll be removing most of our current grouping restrictions. To do that, though, we have to rethink how we make competitive matches.
No hay nada de vídeos,
So if you're a
es
diamond
impresionante.
player
Solo
and you wanna
imagen.
group with your bronze friend, we'll allow that, but we'll classify your group as a wide group. You'll only play against other wide groups, and we'll try to find groups with a similar shape as yours. So if you're a diamond tank and your friend is a bronze support, we'll try to find another diamond tank and bronze support for the other team. No promises. As you probably guessed, the existence of wide groups also means we'll have narrow groups. And this is great as a solo player because you'll only ever play with narrow groups or other solos. So we expect to see some big improvements to match quality for solo players.
I'm kind of excited because I used to play Overwatch with my kids, but they're teenagers and they just started getting better than me. And my oldest ended up becoming masters, and we couldn't even group together anymore. So now with this new system, he'll have to find another excuse to not play with me.
Yeah, literal skill issue. Another win is this gives us fewer Smurfs. Since the only way to avoid our current grouping restrictions right now to play with your friends is to create new accounts. So you won't need to do that anymore.
Cool. Okay, so that's the update on the competitive system. And you can't play comp without heroes. And I know we teased a few heroes in opening ceremony yesterday. And Daryl's team has created some amazing concept art to show for some of those heroes. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
Mauja.
Creating such a visually unique and beautiful game like Overwatch 2 takes a lot of time.
Están aumentando. A y media empieza Diablo.
The team went through some of these processes, from coming up with a hero idea, to drawing the concept art, to the modeling,
Este es el que hace
and actually putting it all into
que
the game.
coge y
We have a bunch of
experimenta
hero
nuevos
ideas
héroes y
and
tal.
concepts always brewing. And during the opening ceremony, Aaron teased 2 of these heroes, so let's get into them. Next year, we'll be releasing 3 new heroes: a tank, a support, and a damage hero. Internally, we are
2024.
already testing
Tres héroes
all
más.
3 of these heroes in their various states.
And more. We're testing more heroes.
And
I'm
more,
sorry.
and more. Always more. Even though they're already undergoing testing, we aren't ready to show all 3 of them just yet. The hero coming in Season 14 is far enough that we're going to keep that work to ourselves for now. I have to stress that a lot can still change this far out, including abilities and even their in-game models. But here is what we can show you. In Season 12, the next support hero will be released. Currently known on the development team by the
Esta es la nueva,
codename Space
la
Ranger.
nueva héroe.
She
La
is
nueva,
our first hero in
la
the
nueva,
Mars
esta es la
colony.
nueva. A ver.
So cute. I love her so much.
Thanks, Monica.
Está guapo.
We aren't quite ready to show her in action just yet.
Solo hay
but we do have
imágenes,
some
o sea,
early
hay
concept art of what she
y
currently looks like. Yeah. I
nada
won't
más.
dive into
Pero es
her
como
kit
astronauta,
either,
¿no?
but she's a highly
Es
mobile
espacial a
support
tope.
hero who has quite a bit of vertical mobility. To that end, she has no lack of thrusters on her suits and all over her boots as well. And when we say that things are still changing, Space Ranger is a perfect example. Her gun has already changed from what we're showing here. Not only that, but as production moves along, we will
Va
inevitably
patinando, ¿no?
run into other
Porque
elements
esos
on her
zapatos
design
de
that we'll have
patinete.
to iterate on.
Patín.
When we fully reveal her
Son
for season
patines.
12, we can talk about all the changes we made to her from the early drawings that you guys see over here to the final model and the final concepts. So, Space Ranger likes battling her foes from air and space. How about a hero now that battles from under the ground? In Season 10, you'll get to play as our newest damage hero, Venture. They are our second and a half Canadian hero.
Este es el segundo héroe.
Sarah is half Canadian,
¿Qué es
myself
eso?
included.
I'm half Canadian too.
The fantasy we're going for with Venture is
¿Qué
that
se
of a
arma, tronco?
swashbuckling archaeologist. They have an unquenchable thirst for past treasures and hidden secrets, and will go any which way to get to them. And for Venture, that way is often down. Venture uses their powerful drill to dig through the map to attack the opposing team. Because this drill was so complex in its moving pieces, right, and has a lot of cylindrical geometry, Cajun Wang, our senior concept artist who worked on Venture,
Es
decided to
arqueóloga,
start
¿no? Ha dicho.
modeling early in the ideation phases, even for the weapon. And now I'll toss it over to Aaron to show you guys some of how this weapon works.
Yeah, okay, so we have some early gameplay footage of Venture from a recent playtest.
Hay gameplay.
Here we go, this is the
Hostias,
loading screen.
Venture.
We always do those kind of like silly little portraits.
Oh.
One of our artists, Taki, does those before they're ready.
Bueno, ¿dónde vas?
Going underground is kind of amazing, so they can like burst up out of the ground, do additional
guapo,
damage,
¿no?
has vertical mobility to it. They move
Toma.
around the map really well. This
Hola.
weapon is amazing. It shoots a
Y se
projectile
esconde.
out
¡Hala,
a set
qué loco!
distance, and it explodes right there. It's like it's really nice to be able to hit people even around corners with that thing when they duck out of the way.
Se esconde para no hacerle daño.
The
Qué
dig
locura,
also,
tú.
it's like the most important part
Y
of this
se
is
cura.
it makes you invulnerable, you know? So
¡Hala,
you
tú!
can't
¡Qué
be
loco,
hit when
¿no?
You're underground. It's a great way to escape. It's also a great way to get in close to players.
DPS.
pop
Venture
up
se
like
llama.
that, and then you have a dash
Coño,
as well.
¿por qué no
So
ponen...?
you
Yo
dash,
no
you can do it
entiendo
in
los
the air,
anuncios
you
de
can
Overwatch,
dash
tío.
up
¿Por
and
qué no lo
ground
anuncian,
if you
tío?
want to when you're moving.
Lo tienen que
It's
hacerlo
all-
aquí.
it's
Es
all around
impresionante.
just, like,
Bueno, mola
really,
mucho.
really
Te lo
fun
compro,
to
vale.
use. We have
Venga.
this idea or this goal that we try to do with heroes on Overwatch, and I think we're able to hit it on DPS heroes a little bit more than some of the other ones. But as much as we can, we just want it to be fun to hit the buttons. You know, like move around a space and just kind of have like some joy there. And Venture, I think, is one of those heroes where they just are fun to hit the buttons with.
El único
Yeah, and
vídeo,
I- You know, to expand on that point, you know, when I was playtesting Venture, I also literally, you know, just kept hitting, you know, the button, you know, to borrow in and out, you know, without any reason. But you know, it was feeling so snappy. You know, just a big shout out to our animation and FX team to you know, make this happen.
Yep.
So this felt good.
Now we didn't show the old. We're holding that till season 10 until we fully reveal the hero. So there's more to come.
Temporada 9 o 10.
These are just some of the things that the team is working on. There's so much more. Next year, you know, we'll like have a lot more things to talk to you about, a lot more things to reveal than we could have just fit here within 45 minutes.
I want to say that improving the overall play experience is really important to us. And this goes beyond just game modes and new heroes, but also how everyone engages with the game's meta systems. So one last thing I want to mention that I know people are really interested in is a set of changes and updates to the Battle Pass. An initiative we're working on for next year is a redesign of the Battle Pass. And we're deep in the process of working through this, which means we aren't ready yet to go through the details.
Van a
but I want to
rediseñar
give you a
pase de
small
batalla.
glimpse of what we're thinking. One goal is to offer players more agency when it comes to the Mythic Skin reward. Let me talk through a couple of specific cases. Players progressing through the Premium Battle Pass today are able to unlock the latest Mythic Skin each season. But what if you don't play the hero with that Mythic Skin? It's going to make the Battle Pass a little less exciting to you. In a different case, you miss the chance to get Cyber Demon Genji.
Di por favor
Run
que
around
vais
to
a
play
hacer otra
that
vez el
first
prueba de
season.
historia, tío. No me toques los,
What we
tío.
want to do is
Que no sé,
to
tío, es
address
que no lo van a
both of
hacer.
these scenarios by giving you the option to earn any single mythic skin we've ever released when you play through the Premium Battle Pass. But beyond this, we're aiming to make play in Overwatch 2 more rewarding with a total set of changes to the Battle Pass. We'll have more to share on that next year. Some of what we presented may change between now and release, but we wanted to be as open as possible on what we're developing, planning, or even thinking about. And this doesn't even touch on the longer-term franchise plan, but that's really a discussion for another day. Finally, I want to say that everyone here represents hundreds of employees on our team who care so much about this game and this work, and we can't wait to release it all. Thank you, BLIZZCON.
Yeah, I'll add on to that really quick. This team is made of like so many talented, amazing people, and this is just a small glimpse of everything that we're working on. And even a glimpse of things that we didn't talk about today, like an image of a Peru map that's coming in the future that we also started this presentation off with. And there was, I'm sure people will talk about it online in the next few days, some other Easter eggs in this presentation that kind of give hints at some of the things that are coming next year as well. So thank you everyone so much, and we'll see you on the streets of Hanaoka.
Bueno, pues han presentado un nuevo héroe, así de la nada, me parece bien. Bueno, Venture se llama, ¿no? Algo así. Bueno, ahora vamos a esperar porque viene en 15 minutos el Diablo. Y ya se acaba. Lo dejamos. Vamos a dejarlo ahí tranquilamente. A ver si ponen algo más, anuncian algo más. Pero es que de Overwatch 2 yo creo que no... Vale, aquí tienen más información de lo del nuevo modo de batalla, ¿vale? El modo de batalla se llama Choque. Dice, Choque es el tercer modo de juego de Overwatch 2, vale. Choque presenta 5 puntos de control, uno de ellos activos. El partido comienza con un punto de control en el medio del mapa, o sea, está A, B, C, D, E como apareció, ¿vale? Cuando un equipo captura el punto de control, se activará el siguiente en la dirección del equipo atacante. Vale. Si un equipo captura los 5 puntos de control, se gana el partido. Vale, la partida. El modo de juego está favorecido por la defensa. Capturar múltiples puntos de control llevará más tiempo. Vale. Capturar puntos de control de un lado a otro es el modo de juego típico. Vale. O sea, básicamente que depende cómo vayamos capturando, será más fácil o más difícil. Vale, sí, en la temporada 8 se unirán los nuevos modos del Hero Mastery, 5 nuevos héroes, que lo han dicho ya. El modo Gauntlet llegará en 2024, ¿vale? Para hacer combinación de juego de defensa de torres, eso está guapo, ¿vale? Tablas de clasificación, ¿vale? Bueno, bien, no hay mucho más. A ver... Vale, el vídeo este que hemos visto de la nueva que se llama Aventure llegará en la temporada 10, estaba claro. Y la Space Ranger, esa que era así como todo espacial y todo eso, llegará en la 12. Pone mucha información, vale. Y nada más, han dicho que el pase de batalla lo van a cambiar, pero bueno, van a recompensar por el aspecto mítico y puedan obtener aspectos míticos mejores para el pase de batalla. Es que no hay mucho, tío. Lo único, pues bueno, que habían puesto un vídeo de la esta. Te lo compro, venga, va. Pero nada más, tío. Esto no tiene mucho misterio. Bueno, pues nada. Está muy bien. Pues a esperar, gente. Porque falta nada. En 11 minutos el Diablo. Diablo 4, a ver qué pasa. Ay, es que no me agrada mucho el Overwatch 2, sinceramente. Es que no... Vale, no hay mucho más aquí tampoco que digan. Nada, va, que esto va a empezar ya en 9 minutitos, gente. En 9 minutitos empieza el tema. Bueno, esto va a empezar en breves, gente. Esto va a empezar en breves. A ver qué nos comentan en Diablo 4. Que estoy interesado, por supuesto. Estoy interesado. Vamos a ver otra vez el tráiler, como siempre. Pero bueno, ahora voy a quitarme esto porque no hace falta ya tenerlo. Y nos falta el Diablo, tío. Si con el Diablo, con esto y un bizcocho se acabará, gente. Buena BLIZZCON, me ha gustado mucho. Me han faltado el StarCraft o el Heroes. Y más información del Overwatch 2, macho. Que es un poco puff, ¿sabes lo que te digo? Pero bueno. Bueno, pues vamos a esperar, gente, a que acabemos esto. Y ya mañana pues iremos viendo. Es que no hay más, gente. Es que esto... ¿Qué os voy a decir? Pues nada más, tíos. Paciencia, tranquilidad de lo que hay. No hay más. Entonces... vamos a reírnos todos muy bien y a ver qué tal va todo, gente. Entonces, pues con calma, con tranquilidad vemos lo último. Y nada, y nos relajamos, nos tranquilizamos y ya está. Vamos a esperar, gente. Tranquilos. Impacientes, tranquilamente. Seis... Bueno, vamos a esperar, gente. Vamos a esperar porque esto va a empezar ya en 4 minutitos. A ver qué sucede. Y seguiremos aquí a tope, ¿vale? Tiri, tiri, ti, 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 ti. Venga, va. Que esto se acaba ya, gente. Que ya acabamos con esto. Que en el Diablo 3 pues van a... Diablo 3, sí. Diablo 4 pues detallarán más todo lo que van a sacar antes de la expansión. Y yo creo que de la expansión, no sé si van a decir algo. La expansión del Diablo 4, no sé si dirán algo. Pero bueno, nos falta el Diablo 4, tíos, ¿vale? Vale, nos faltaría el Diablo 4. Esto ya sabéis, como siempre digo, paciencia, ¿sabes? Entonces, bueno, tranquilidad. No hay más. Va a empezar ya mismo, gente, el Diablo 4. Y terminamos. Bueno, va a empezar ya el Diablo 4 enseguida. Y a ver qué pasa. A ver qué pasa, señores. Vale, ¿va a empezar ya? No, no va a empezar. No, todavía no. Venga, va, que esto empieza, señores. Tengo muchas ganas ya de que empiece. Venga, va, empezamos. Empieza esto, gente, Diablo 4. Vamos a ver. Porque aquí también va a haber cositas. Aquí tienen que espabilar toda esta gente, ¿eh? Porque ha bajado mucho. Están ya en la temporada 2. Y no sé, tío, pero tienen que espabilar.
Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. Wow, this is crazy. This is awesome, seeing so many people. Very, very different than our streaming studio back in the office for sure. But thank you all for joining us on a very special version of Diablo's Campfire Chat. We kicked off this program as a live stream, as you all know, and it's an amazing feeling to see us actually do this here in front of a live audience now at BlizzCon. We have some news to share with you, and before we get into it, I do want to welcome and learn more about our wonderful panelists here for today's Campfire Chat. So let's go right into it. Brent. Hi, everybody. This is your first. This is Brent's first time up here. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I know.
Look, it's for a very good reason. Don't worry.
Green for
Qué bonito la chaqueta, la chaqueta y roja ahí, Diablo 4, están muy guapos. El rojo me gusta, Me la apunto.
I was a part of the Vicarious Visions team that came together with Team 3 a couple years ago to make Diablo 4. And I'm really excited to be up here today to talk a little bit about the expansion coming up.
Yes, the expansion.
La expansión mola porque vamos a volver a una ciudad en Diablo 2. Eso mola. No me acuerdo el nombre, pero sé. Lo han dicho.
So yeah, it's great to hear that, you know, we have multiple groups working on the game for Diablo 4.
But we're all one big team, which is the exciting part.
Yeah, very, very big team. And of course, you know, based off of community feedback and everything that we've heard, those groups are going to be working on seasons and upcoming items, and then of course the expansion that we have here. Next up, though, we actually have Tiffany, who's going to be talking here. Actually, do we have? No, we do.
Oh, hey, I'm Tiffany. Yes, Tiffany. I was not pausing for applause. I'm just awkward. But this is my 14th BlizzCon. It's my 9th as an employee. I first attended as a part of the community in 2005. So it's really special to be up here. I've worked on the Diablo franchise for 12 years now, starting on Diablo 3 12 years ago, and then moving on to Diablo 4 for the past, years. Brent and I actually unknowingly worked on the same game back in 2009, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2. Yeah, that game was awesome.
It's a big throwback.
So it's been such a thrill to work with him and a bunch of the others from the Albany office, again, on Diablo 4 for the past few years.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tiffany. We have Kaylee Calder here. Kaylee is actually a familiar face on the Diablo side. You may have seen her in some of the videos. for our seasons and everything. Kaylee?
Yeah, hi everybody, I'm Kaylee Calder, and I am one of the lead game producers on Diablo 4. Like Tiffany and a lot of our team, I have been working on Diablo for the last 10 years across both Diablo 3 and Diablo 4. This is my first time on stage at BlizzCon, so while I am so honored, thank you. I'm so excited to be
Están
here
presentándose
with you.
cada uno.
I'm a little nervous, but it's
Pero bueno,
so good to see everyone in
ahí
person.
estamos.
And I'm really excited to talk to you all today about some changes coming to Season 2, some additions, and other future developments.
Ay, Dios
Thank you
mío.
so much, Kaylee. And of course, we have Mr. Joe Shelley here, a very familiar face on all our Diablo 4 campfire chats. Joe, welcome again.
Thank you, Adam, and thank all of you. I really want to thank all of you for being here and submitting questions. We're going to take questions at the end. And really, for all the feedback that you've given us throughout the launch of the game and Season 1, it's incredible to have a campfire chat, but with this huge array of other attendees at our campfire. So it's incredible.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Joe. And of course, I am Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community.
Vale, ya se anuncia.
So weird with an audience. And I will be today's host and moderator. I want to thank you all again for taking the time to join us on this very special Diablo 4 campfire chat. And I do also want to give a huge call out to this amazing plush campfire that we did bring in for this. I joked it's got very soft lighting.
¿Por qué no me deis uno de
There
eso?
we go, first fun of the day. We're doing well. But to kick off activities, I know the dev team, they do
Yo quiero uno de esos, dármelos,
news to
coño.
follow up
Dámelos.
regarding yesterday's announcements. So let me actually pass it off to the team. So, Brent?
Yeah, we're really excited to show the sneak peek for the next chapter of Hatred. We've been on pins and needles to share some of the information from the expansion for a very long time. And it's going to be taking us to a brand new place. And it's really cool because it's actually in contrast to that dark gothic setting that we're used to seeing in the main game. We're going to go to some place that has a bit of a different flavor. So for those of you who are new to the franchise, it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh. But for some of you who have been with us all along, we're going to go take a trip down memory lane and actually go to a place that's a little nostalgic. So with that being said, take a look.
Más, a ver. Pues lo van a anunciar otra vez igual, pues ¿para qué lo anuncian igual? Bueno, esto ya lo hemos visto. En toda la jungla, ¿no? Va a tope eso. ¿Será la zona muy grande? Ya está, ya es que a otra la han puesto igual. Es impresionante. Vessel of Hatred. Está muy bien.
There we have it. It's so cool to see on the big stage, you know.
Está muy
Diablo
guapo.
4, Vessel of
No te voy a
Hatred
engañar,
coming in
pero
late
¿qué?
2024. I mean, Brent, what does an expansion mean for Diablo 4?
Well, first off, I want to talk a little bit about breaking the color convention. You've been giving me
I've got green shoes
all
on.
sorts of grief over my green jacket. I like the green.
Cambia el color a verde.
For us, expansions are important because it's a great opportunity to take one
Todo verde,
big
está muy bien.
cohesive step forward.
Expansión
When it
nueva.
comes to continuing our dark story, exploring the new
Seguro que
region we're
continúa
going to
la
talk
campaña,
about
está
today,
clarísimo.
or even new ways to play with new monsters in a new class. We want to make sure that all
Una
of
nueva
these
zona, nueva
things
región.
go together in
Está
a
claro.
really nice way. And I've been joking
Una
a
nueva
little bit
clase.
about how this is kind of like making a really good burger, right? You want to make sure that you're pulling in all
Que
of
dijeron
the
que la nueva clase no apareció nunca en
so
Diablo.
that when they all come together and you take one big bite, all those flavors are working
Creo que
together.
no van a decir la
So
clase.
For us, that cohesiveness is really important.
So you say burger, there are a lot of variations of
O si lo dirá la clase, no lo sé. Pero no sé yo. No sé si habrá algo de imagen, vídeo. ¿Vídeo?
In and out, I'm down.
Yo creo que no, ¿eh?
So what kind of burger is this?
That's a good question. You know, I guess I look at it as kind of like a bacon barbecue burger with all the classic ingredients, but with like jalapenos, right? Like throw something in that's a little bit spicy, a little bit different.
And
so
a
you
little
have
bit green.
And a little bit green, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. So yeah, we want to make sure that we have all the nice traditional ingredients that speak directly to the core of our audience, but we're also offering things that are new.
Awesome. Well, I know with Vessel of Hatred, a new expansion, there's going to be some story and lore kind of attached to it. And let's kind of talk a little bit more about the story. What do you think, Tiffany?
Yeah, so when we last left off in the main campaign, Nerel was traveling south with the stone.
Ah, van a decir cosas.
The stone.
Maravilloso.
He got himself trapped in there again, as you know he tends to do.
Vale, vaya imágenes,
She's been
tronco.
following the footsteps of a prophet of light, looking for a way to deal with this stone and the prime evil that's trapped within. She's a really fascinating character because she's a child, but she's been through a ton of trauma, so spoilers if you haven't played the main campaign of Diablo. But here she is directly challenging the influence of a prime evil, something the Haradrim have always famously failed at. So for players that might be jumping into Diablo 4 for the first time with the Vessel of Hatred, they'll have the choice to either play through the main campaign or jump directly into the new chapter. There will be a recap in the game, so you'll have full context to all the events of Sanctuary that played out in the main campaign. So don't worry, you won't miss out on anything if you want to just see what's happening with Nerel and explore those jungles. All right, I love this picture. He's real creepy. Looks like he's coming out of a mud bath of sorts. So this is Mephisto. Now, he is my
Una nueva
favorite
expansión,
friend.
una nueva zona, nuevos enemigos. Habrá
If you don't know who he is
un
the
jefe,
Lord of Hatred, and he is
Mephisto.
the father of Lilith. So I believe that makes him
Mephisto.
Granddaddy of Mephisto.
Granddaddy of Sanctuary.
Grandfisto? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Sounds grouchy too.
Eso
So
fijo.
Mephisto did not intend to be trapped in the stone. Like I said, it just, they're very bad at that. It tends to happen. So he's, as you heard in the trailer, every step of the way that Nerel is taking with him, he is pushing against her, constantly trying to unravel every single moment that they have together. It's in this next chapter in Vessel of Hatred, we're going to find out what is his fate with this stone and what's going to happen with Nerel.
Yeah, so with Vessel of Hatred, you know, we even saw it a little bit in the teaser. It seems like we're actually going to be, it's going to be taking us to a new place. I know you guys have actually mentioned Nahantu. Can you tell us a little bit more about Nahantu, Brent?
Yeah, so we're going to a whole new region called Nahantu. Now, for those of you guys who know the history of Sanctuary, you know that heading south actually means going to Torjan. When we started off with the expansion,
Lo que están
decided
diciendo
as a
básicamente
team
es
to
lo que he
really
dicho
think
antes.
about how we're referencing cultures moving forward. And for those of you who may not know, the Torjan people are a real people. And they're an amazing culture. They have beautiful traditions. You should totally look it up. But for us as creatives, we want to make sure that we're always in a position where we're being inspired by, as opposed to lifting from. And so because of that, we decided to review some of our names and make some changes.
So how are we kind of doing this in game?
We've actually decided to fold it in creatively. So for those of the people who are outside of the region, you know, maybe you were from the dry
No va a haber
south, know
nada de
this place
vídeos.
as Torjan. But the people who
Creo
are
que
there
no.
know it as Nahantu. And so you're going to see
Porque
that
están enseñando solo
folded into the
imágenes.
story in some really creative
No sé,
ways
tío.
to give that name some power.
Awesome. I know we have a lot of cool art to actually show. Like here, right here, we're seeing kind of what looks to be like a river gate.
Yes, so everything starts here at the river gate. We look at Nahantu as a place that's been closed off from Sanctuary. It's been closed off from all the things that have been going on with Lilith over the last several moments of our story. And so you can imagine this monolithic statue where the doors have been closed for the last several decades, and now they're open. And we're going to see what happens with Nerel as she passes through these gates. If you look at this next image, we like to look at the jungle.
Hay imágenes solo, no va a haber vídeo, ¿eh? Yo lo voy repitiendo, para
We
que lo
also
sepáis.
love the idea that it's a living, breathing character of its own. It has its own personality. It expresses itself in different ways throughout the game. And so this concept is a really good example of where things from the outside may have come in, but the jungle's going to reclaim it, right? So you're going to see these branches pulling back some of the architecture that you would see through the region. But for the things that have been there all along, it's going to live symbiotically with, and so you can watch the river flow through the structures of the area as well.
Es bonito, tío. Es que gráficamente está
You know
guapísimo.
what? This is actually one of my favorite concept pieces that we've made for the expansion so far. Because even though it's an environmental scene, it really just shows the depth and scale of the jungle, which is not really like a place we've ever gone to before within Diablo 4 so far. And it really inspired the team as well when they saw it. Just that feeling of like scale and age, I guess, is a good way to describe that.
The idea that these roots are so old that they stretch across the chasms in the area. You can see there's a very small character in the middle of that branch.
Very hard to see.
It creates a sense of scale that allows us to do a lot.
Están explicando las áreas de las zonas en imágenes, que hay de todo un poco. Esto en un jungla, entonces imaginaos todo lo que hay, acantilados, ríos, cascadas, yo qué sé, de todo.
Can you show us a little bit more about that as well?
Yeah, so this is a great image that starts to show how we wanted to integrate a lot of the natural features.
Todo lo que hay en una jungla, pues es lo que va a haber. Zonas, también de exploración, es que es lo que hay.
All of this starts from a place called Kurast. So for those of you who've been with us for a while, Kurast is an iconic place that sits in the heart of the jungle. And it's not just a town, it's not just a capital, it's a sprawling city. So you can imagine a lot of these structural elements popping up all over the place, spreading across the entire jungle. And this is just one piece that shows the potential of that. If you take a look at this next one, I love this. This is one of my favorite concepts of the
Claro,
entire
siempre habrá algún sitio específico donde está pues envuelto de ramas de árboles y todo eso. Porque están muchas zonas.
Shout out to the team. The level of detail that we put into this is absolutely incredible. They pay attention to our environments just as much as one of our characters. So all the detail that we put into Lilith or Inarius is the same amount of detail as you would see in a piece like this. So big shout out to the team for what they can do.
Yeah.
So I know you shared a little bit about like Kurast, and you know it's a very recognizable place, like or in the Diablo history. Like, can you get into a little bit more detail for us of like some of these maybe recognizable places that we'll kind of come across?
Yeah, I love to talk about these next few concepts here. So I was a big player of Diablo 2 myself, so you may recognize some of these places. We keep talking about bringing you back somewhere nostalgic. So we're going to start with the dock towns. So you can visit the original Kurast
Hay
docks.
cosas que van a estar del Diablo 2, que te recuerdo que lo van a meterlo aquí. Eso está bien. Diablo 2 ha tenido muchísimo éxito, mucho. Y en esta expansión lo van a poner. Creo que la ciudad también. Yo no juego al Diablo 2.
And like Brent and Kaylee were saying earlier, a concept piece like this really gives me this incredible sense of scale in the world of Sanctuary, and I'm super excited to explore areas like that. We know that locations like this really set the tone for successfully delivering on that nostalgia and embracing that legacy of the Diablo universe. So the capital Kurast is something that we've always wanted to know more about. So this is a clip that's
Más
actually
localizaciones del universo del Diablo que estará en esta expansión, seguro. O sea, la ciudad.
We've always wanted to know what's under the ziggurat. What's amazing about this is that for the dev team, this is one of the earliest sources of inspiration when we started working on the expansion. And so seeing it make all the way from original concept into the actual teaser that we showed this weekend is really exciting. So we've got one more really cool place to show you. So this is the temple city of Travancore, and it's where the Horadrim originally imprisoned Mephisto in his soul stone. It's deep inside Kurast, and I am so excited to go in there and see what's happened in the last 72 years. Joe, what do you think?
I hope I don't get slowed by hostile blizzards again. But it's going to be really cool to dive under Travancore and sort of revisit that area. It's such a memorable area from B3.
Yeah, Travancore was super memorable. Act 3, everyone remembering as they're fighting the council there. So it's great that we can revisit that here in Vessel of Hatred. And of course,
Llevan 20 minutos recordando sitios que va a haber en el Diablo 2 y un poquito de cómo han hecho en las zonas y cómo van a ser.
I'm sure a few of you have been on Reddit asking questions about the new class. It's the #1 question we've been getting all week. You know, when we started off, we were still making the main game. And I'm really proud of the fact that we delivered 5 classic classes, right? We got that great feeling of all of them spread around the campfire. It felt really, really good. And so when we're talking about the expansion, we had a decision to make. We're kind
Siempre
of at a
están las mismas
crossroads
clases que
of,
pusieron los de
do
Diablo,
we
pero esta vez creo que
do
van a
another
poner
class
una clase que no
or
ha
do
salido
we
en
do
Diablo.
something new?
¿Cuál?
And the team really thought about
Ni
it hard,
puta
and we
idea.
felt we have a responsibility to actually bring new things to Sanctuary.
Hombre,
Like,
está
this
el
game is
nigromante de toda la vida,
big.
también ha sido el
We
druida,
need to
el
continue
bárbaro,
development, so we
el
made
asesinato rogue, como se diga, el brujo, mago.
We're seeing a lot of jungle environments, obviously. So does that for sure rules out something like the Witch Doctor?
No sé, tío, qué podría ser. Y que encaje en Diablo 4.
New class, it is not the Witch Doctor.
All right. We've been hearing a lot of like, it might still be the Witch Doctor. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure.
No van a decir la clase.
So, awesome. That was great that we got to see kind of like, and get a little bit more information about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Again, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred is coming out in late 2024. We'll actually have more news next summer about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Green. Great.
Going green.
I'm glad you're color coordinated for this, Brent. So, but we do want to talk more about
Después del verano,
some
la
of the other
expansión.
items that we talked about in the opening ceremony yesterday. And so, Joe, I know, wants to talk a little bit about season 2 and what's coming forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, we've had, as I said here
Season of Blue.
earlier when I welcomed all
El
of you,
2.
we've had so much community feedback, and
Vale.
it's been incredible
Ya no
for
dicen más.
us to be able to
Vale.
release season 2 and bring a lot of those changes to you. And I think we have a roadmap here. You know, you can see here that on the Season of Blood, some of the things that we brought with Season
Vale,
of
va a
Blood.
haber
You know, if you
boss
haven't
leader,
played
o sea,
since
con toda la
launch or since
clasificación,
season 1,
van a ganar
you'll
más
be able to check out
experiencia,
the
van a
boss
incrementar
ladder,
poder.
leveling,
Y
40%
quality,
faster
vale,
leveling,
nuevas
right?
cosas para
The
mejoras
changes,
como
thank you.
filtros y tal, vale.
That was all me know.
Anillo malignos, vale, que lo que anunciaron el 7 de noviembre, 5 de diciembre, el encantamiento y el Avaloth of Cir, el 1.3, vale, Navidades, que es el nuevo evento de Navidad, vale, y Season of, vale, Gauntlet y Hall of Anthem, esto es el, vale, o sea, esto es lo que tienen a final de año, y a principios del año que viene.
Including some of those Uber uniques from Duriel. Yes. And so many other quality of life changes. The mount, I think, is transformed. And, you know, that's not all we have in store for Season 2. Like we were talking about in the opening ceremonies, we made some announcements.
Estaría bien jugar al Diablo 4, tronco, pero es que...
Here today. And a little bit of a sneak peek at... you can see here, season of, I'm going to say the orange text.
Yes, that's definitely a final name.
Yeah. Final name. No, we're not quite ready to release the season name, but we have
No
a sneak
dicen
peek
cuál
at
es el
some of
próximo,
one of the features
la
coming,
próxima
the leaderboards
temporada,
and the gauntlet. So we're really excited to talk about those. Let's jump into it.
Yeah, so we're going
No lo van
to
a
kick
decir.
things off with some updates to Season 2 that are coming really, really soon. Literally, this coming Tuesday, November 7th, we are going to be adding new unique rings, which were called the Malignant Rings.
Nuevos anillos únicos, el 7 de noviembre, esto lo anunciaron ya. Bueno, lo anunciaron ayer en la ceremonia. Anillo maligno le llaman, sí.
The community is letting us know how much they enjoyed it, and also we also had a lot of fun with these.
Está bien que vayan poniendo poco a poco actualizaciones de cosas nuevas, que es lo que tienen que hacer. No que hace como hicieron en Diablo 3, que fue un coñazo. La temporada de lanzamiento está bien, pero es que es muy repetitivo.
We've tweaked them slightly so that they work with the other uniques in the game, but we feel they're really going to add something for each class and kind of continue on building their kit and that fantasy. You're going to be able to get these by defeating Barshan, so I hope everyone's been saving their materials. You do have a little bit of time to farm more if you didn't. So yeah, with that said, we're actually going to move to the next image and we're going to take a look at these.
Perdón.
So,
Estaba quitando eso.
originally was going to talk to
A ver, los
Brent
aliños
about his
malignos, que
rogue,
vea.
but
Nivel de objeto,
when we
nivel de
started
poder
doing this, he saw the
800.
barbarian ring and switched
I
on me.
I'm sorry. I threw the whole.
Vale, resistente a los
there are rogues
elementos.
out there. For
Vale.
those of you, if you'll be
Shadow, vale.
Excuse me. Use your subterfuge skills. It's going to spawn a decoy. It's going to taunt enemies, and then it's going to explode for a really nice amount of damage.
Control de
I think
enemigos,
you're going to have a
tal.
lot of fun.
Vale.
Adam, this is for you and the rest of
Y
the
esto de las
sorcerers
son
out there.
pasivas,
All
¿no?
lightning crew. Yeah.
Well, okay, hopefully, maybe this will, you'll try something a little
Ahora veremos
different,
mejor
ball lightning.
más, pero
The sorcerer,
no sé si
the
lo
element
que
that you
cambia
deal
es la
damage with is
resistencia
gonna
de los
give you
elementos.
increased
Es que no lo
damage,
sé.
and then dealing elemental
O sea,
damage
sombras,
again, which is gonna
veneno,
repress
tal,
that duration.
no lo sé.
So, sling fireballs, lightning,
Pero los
lightning
pasivos son,
ball
pues,
as
por
well,
ejemplo, de
those
rogue
that
o
keep
para el
increasing that
Pries.
damage.
¿Sabes?
We
El
have three more
sorcerer.
classes to take a look at. So next up now is the barbarian.
Para el
So there are
bárbaro,
barbarians
para
out
el
there,
druida
when you
y para el
use,
necromancer.
there you are, I knew you were out there somewhere.
Vale.
When you next cast Hammer of the Ancients,
Vale, o sea, son
up
pasivas de
or
cada
Death
nivel,
Blow,
¿no?
It's
Vale.
guaranteed to be a crit, and that crit's going to deal bonus critical strike damage as well.
Son legendarios, claro, son legendarios, está claro.
Exactly, so hit them hard and hit them often, guys. And I definitely know there's a few druids out there, you guys who don't want to forget about you. Exactly.
Oh, Druid's got the loudest crowd
I
here.
know. Represent druids. So for druids, when you are casting your ultimate skill, it is going to draw enemies in and deal a huge amount of damage based on your willpower. It will do that when you cast your ultimate and then 5
Sí,
seconds
cada anillo para cada clase,
and
¿no?
then
Vale.
lastly the necromancer.
Es único.
Necromancers, rise up! That's right!
There's actually 3 necromancers up here because 3 of us are playing it this season. Total coincidence. So we all love this power, and we know everybody else loved this. So we are bringing back the walking near your corpses. Is going to automatically
médico brujo, por
activate
ejemplo,
one of
no
the
es.
following skills,
A ver.
which is corpse tendrils, corpse explosion, or raised skeleton. So yeah, that is that's going to be the malignant rings, and as we said, you're going to be able to get them from Killing Varshan starting on November 7th. So next week, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee.
Interesante.
And again, we're super excited about bringing in these malignant powers from Season 1. Thanks to community feedback and you guys actually wanting these powers back in, we were able to get these in these new rings that will be coming out on Tuesday. And again, patch notes actually are going to be available on Diablo4.com for that patch immediately after this panel. So you guys can actually see what's in that update for players on Tuesday, which is awesome to see. So, but we do also have some more information.
Vale, el 7 de noviembre va esto, ¿no? El 7 de noviembre, que es cuando sale el parche del Warcraft, ¿no?
Kick us off, yeah. December 5th is our next update for Season 2. And we've got some additional updates.
El 5 de diciembre, un mes después, el ocultista.
I'm going to talk about some additional changes to the occultist. Chris mentioned this yesterday in opening ceremony. So for those of you who may not know, enchanting is what allows you to replace an affix on an item with another. And those that are familiar with it will notice when you go and visit from December 5th, there is a new...
Vale, tú vas al ocultista y tú quieres poner X encantamiento, depende del material, ¿no? Vale, y tú
and when you click on
eliges.
that, it's going to give you a list of the affixes that one could roll into.
Vale.
So that way you're not kind of just blindly guessing and hoping that the one you've picked is going to give you. We think this update,
Eliges
along
posibles
with
efectos que
the
puede
gold
ser.
changes we have made, is really going to help everybody optimize
fijos.
their builds
Vale.
and continue to have fun in the end game. We have also heard
Vale.
feedback about affixes and how some of them aren't serving you in the ways you want. We do have plans to talk about both changes to affixes and itemization in the future, but we're not quite ready to talk about it right now.
Yeah, that's right. This is a really important change, and itemization is one of the itemization endgame are the 2 things that we're laser focused on right now.
Vale, o sea, se puede, con el ocultista se puede hasta 4.
With Abtor's Ear.
Yeah,
Cuarto encantamiento,
it's
está
awesome
bien.
to see these occultist changes because
Interesante
obviously
eso
community
saberlo
feedback has
también.
been, we've heard you guys like that it, blindly choosing different affixes has been very, very difficult, but with the changes with the cost plus this, will be much better, and this update, of course, hitting on December 5th. But other feedback that we've heard a lot about, and Joe knows this as well, has been about endgame. And so I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a new kind of endgame feature that's coming in Season 2. So Joe, yeah, do you want to talk a little bit about it?
Yeah, so we want to add more endgame, and then we want to add some more endgame, and then...
El Avatar of Fear, que es un evento.
Yeah, we're going to add some more after
That's
that.
right,
Okay,
that's
okay,
right.
yeah.
And in particular, permanent or evergreen endgame
El
features
que es
that
para
extend
partir de nivel
the,
100.
Challenges and reward opportunities from 50 to 100 and after you've reached 100. And so Avatar of Zir is a 100 plus new thing that we're trying here. This is a seasonal endgame event.
A partir de nivel 100 es cuando se activa esto, ¿vale? Va a ser más rápido subir a nivel 100 porque también dijeron que iba a ser más
How
rápido.
all of you run through it and your feedback on it to for the future of, you know, maybe we'll bring it back. We'll see how it goes. But you probably want to know more about it than just staring at this red portal, right? So, you know, we have a chart that used to be on a napkin, but...
It's very beautiful.
This is, when you work with a bunch of designers, they like to make these little flow charts, and then they hand them to you on a napkin, and they go, can you make them pretty so we can show them to people? So,
Bueno, esto es un lío que te cagas.
Paint for life. But so you can see here how the flow of Avatar of Zir will work. After you complete the final step of the season journey, you'll be ready to face off against the Avatar. And this is a very, very difficult area. You're going to need to bring all of your skill, but also you're going to need to bring the very best builds. Not every build is going to be able to succeed in Avatar Zir. And that's why it's positioned like after you've really defeated Echo of Lilith, you've defeated Duriel, you've got your Uber Uniques, and you're like, what's next? What's the next challenge?
Esto no lo entiendo.
The Avatar is meant to be that. So you're going to get a recipe for the first tier of Avatar of Zir. When you complete that first tier, you're going to get a recipe for the next tier. And I want to state that there are 25 tiers of Avatar of Zir. And you know, that's fewer tiers than there are of Nightmare Dungeons. But each tier of the Avatar is much more difficult than the tier before. This is not the same as, you know, Nightmare Dungeons 70 to 71. And you're also going to get a ton of Paragon Glyph XP. So, you know, I know some people have expressed that it can be hard to level up all your glyphs through Nightmare Dungeons.
Tales of Love level
You're going to
1.
get so much from this event.
Incrementa
And you're
nivel
gonna need
50 en
it
su
because
radio.
You're going to want to level up this new unique glyph that
Un
you can
glifo,
get as
vale.
a reward for completing the Avatar.
Dan este glifo.
This glyph, the Tears of Blood, is tied to the event and is also persists during the duration of the event. But it will be incredibly useful for increasing your character power so that you can take on those tougher tiers of the Avatar. You can see that it has a larger radius than other glyphs. It can grow even beyond that. It has multiplicative powers on it, and it can be leveled up to 200 times. So it is still a capped level, but it has a lot of progression in it.
Awesome.
Si pone level 1 puede, creo que subir de nivel, me imagino, ¿no?
We got the Occultist updates and Avatar of Zir,
Que sea único, glifo,
and that will run through
puede ser, ¿no?
the end of Season 2. So players can expect, you know, to be able to go through that starting on December 5th, which is great to hear. But we also have even more events in December that we do want to talk about. One that's a little bit more festive. We mentioned it yesterday. Kaylee, I know you want to talk a little bit about Midwinter Blight.
Yeah, so for everyone that doesn't live in California, this time of year can be darkening and colder. You might get snow, lots of rain.
Like where I'm from.
Yeah, where you're from, basically. You're going to need the winter clothing. As you return to Fractured Peaks on December 12th, where the Midwinter Blight is taking place. As you return, you're going to find that it's been enveloped in a storm. It's freezing out the locals. It's eternally dark, and there are new horrors lurking, waiting to you know, make your lives and the inhabitants miserable. So yeah, I hope you brought some ice scrapers with you, maybe help us get out here.
Yeah, we're working on a special Diablo ice scraper. I'm reaching out to John Mueller to see if we can get that marketed.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So it's going to start in Kyovashad, and you're going to meet Gillian, a wandering bard, and he's here to try and bring some cheer and warmth, which you can see in the video as we go to that. And he is located in the Hibernal Square. And he's giving as well a warning of the storm and the terrors lurking within. And as you can see, you know, this is a classic Diablo holiday space, decorated mostly in skulls, which we find very
Esto creo que es el evento de Navidad, ¿no?
Yes, and at its center we have the Totem of Midwinter, which plays a part in the event
Creo,
itself, but I'm
no,
not
no es el
going to
evento de
spoil that,
Navidad.
and we'll kind of go into that.
No, no.
So what's happening outside Kyovashad? You're going to head back out into Fractured Peaks, you're going to explore the zone, and you're going to encounter some sinister snowmen, or what demons consider snowmen, that we're calling frigid husks, which, yes, they're beautiful.
Very beautiful.
Vale, dice esto de lo del CIR, ¿vale? Es un evento final de temporada de nivel 100 plus. Más, ¿vale? Se junta un récord de eventos completos al llegar al final de este evento de temporada. Es de que el matadero, como dicen así, tiene 20 niveles diferentes y cada nivel es más difícil que el anterior. El evento también tiene recompensas con un glifo exclusivo, en el que los jugadores también deberán aumentar su nivel de poder por luchar contra el nivel más alto del matadero, que se llama la crema de sangre. Ese es el glifo. Vale. Eso está guapo.
But they're under a new allegiance.
Está
These
guapo.
blight fiends have new tricks, new ways to terrorize and harass both you and the locals. And they're just generally causing mischief and terror under the orders of their leader, who is the Red-Cloaked Horror. He lives in the darkest corners of Fractured Peaks, emerging only with the storm. And he is going to, you know, be really, really mad at anyone disrupting his plans, and he's going to try and make you dead. I think he looks really
Qué guapo, ¿no?
Personally, I'm a big fan.
Again, another Rod.
Pedazo de hachona gigantesca que tiene el colega, ¿eh?
Okay.
Está guapo el modelo, ¿eh? Está muy guapo. Mola mucho.
He doesn't even have a nose.
Está guapo el modelo, ¿eh?
I know. Rod has the worst puns. We know that. So.
All right. So what are you going to be doing? You're going to be heading out into Fractured Peaks. So we're going to bring up a video of some of the kind of gameplay a little bit here. You're going to encounter the blight fiends, having a really jolly time.
They are
you know, they are.
This is the cutest little.
Yeah. Well, we're going to ruin their day. Yes, exactly.
Snow globe of
Qué guapo.
Destroy those snowmen. And you're going to engage in a number of events.
Vale, en ese círculo tienes que salir. Básicamente. Vale, van saliendo de ahí, ¿no? Ah, amigo. Vale. ¡Hola! Ahí está el gordo. Vale.
And participating in these is going to give you resources
Este es el evento de Navidad, ¿no?
to the Hibernal Square to progress the event and yeah.
And some rewards.
Right, the rewards, because what's a festive event without presents and gifts and, you know, things in general. So we
No,
have
está
a
guapo
number
eso.
of
Eso es del evento de
new
Navidad,
cosmetic rewards that you'll be able to earn through participating on the event itself. So these are selection of weapons, and then we also have some.
La plaga del invierno.
I really like them. They've got bells and there's some wreaths and lots of skulls because we do like that here. We have
Bueno,
a
se
theme
encontrar cabras heladas
so this
lideradas por el
starts
olor de la
on
capa
the
roja
top.
que hemos visto
Really
antes.
hope
Vale.
everyone comes and slays with us.
Habrá seguramente
There we go. Got one
el
here.
casco.
There we go.
Creo que es el casco.
Yeah,
They clap for it. Good.
I was not expecting that.
Que esto es en Navidad, en el SESO 2.
That's Midwinter Blight.
Awesome.
Vale.
It's great to
Igual que
hear,
el
more
avalorio de
information
decir.
about, all
Vale.
these updates coming in. And Midwinter Blight's great because community feedback has been, we've heard
12 de
a lot
diciembre.
about people wanting more cosmetic options, and so now you have the ability of actually unlocking some skulls and bells.
Está guapo.
That you can actually
Está guapo,
incorporate
está
to
guapo.
your character with Midwinter Blight. But all this information is going to be available again on a blog on Diablo4.com after the panel. And we're looking forward to getting all these updates in everyone's hands for Abattoir Zir, the Occultist update.
Pues sí, nosotros vamos a acabar ya con esto, yo creo, ¿eh?
But
A ver.
moving on, we do have additional information to talk about Season of the Orange Text, as you called it.
That's right.
Joe. So Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about what's coming there?
Yeah, so more endgame.
More in-game.
Yeah.
¿Qué vendrá, no? Ya son
This is
3.
such a cool
A
piece.
ver.
This is relevant to the season, and I'm excited to find out what happens with this guy. But
Tienen que
I
hacer
wanna
cosas.
talk a little bit about one part of season 3, and there will be many more parts of season 3. We're going to talk about
Claro,
these
tienen
more,
que hacer cosas
in
para que venga la
Campfire
expansión.
chats. But we wanted to talk a little bit about leaderboards, leaderboard-driven trials.
He wants it.
This guy wants
That
it,
guy over
and so
there.
we're going to make it.
Thanks, guy.
We weren't going to make it, but... and so the way this
De
is going to work
Gauntlet.
is when Season 3 players reach World Tier 4, they're going to be
Hollow
able to compete
Ancient.
in
No
the
sé lo que es,
Gauntlet,
tío.
which is a fixed seed, non-linear dungeon where your mastery and your skill are going to be needed to achieve the highest scores. And those best scores are going to appear on the leaderboards. Now, every time you enter the gauntlet, it's going to be exactly the same. That means the monsters and their positions, the layouts, the affixes. And because it's non-linear, you have some choices about how you're going to progress through to maximize your score. And of course, if you're playing in a party, you can choose like which direction each party member is going to go.
La temporada
you
3,
really have an
bueno,
opportunity
bien
to,
están las clasificaciones, está muy bien. De clases
Loot will
serán, me
drop at the
imagino.
end of the timer, so you don't have to worry about picking it up on the way. And
Un
as
gauntlet
you're
es
killing
como
monsters and you're opening chests,
cazado,
you're
hay que
gonna get
cazarlo, ¿no?
instead
O algo así,
these,
¿no?
Pickups called proofs of
¿No?
might.
¿Gauntlet qué es?
They drop
¿Cazador?
from all of this type of
No, no
content.
es cazador eso.
And you'll have a limited amount of time to collect as many as possible to maximize your score. So at the beginning of each week, a new gauntlet is going to replace the current one, and the leaderboards will reset. Now, this is an image of the solo barbarian ladder.
Oh, la tabla de clasificación de las clases del Season 3. Está guapo. Se ve muy bien, ¿eh? Reward.
But we wanted to show off, to really give all of you an idea, a visual
Y
idea.
hay
of,
premios.
like, how
Start,
this is gonna
líder
play out.
bárbaro.
And you can
Y
also
te da
see
recompensas,
on this
mira.
next, image that we have a number of filters. So
Oh, qué
there
guapo.
are solo leaderboards
Se
for
ve.
each class, as well as party leaderboards.
Están
vary with
todas
party
las
size,
clases ahí por
of course,
filtros,
hardcore
está bien.
leaderboards. And then, when you
Por
look at the
semana
leaderboards,
y
you'll
por
be able
pasar
to
por la,
filter them
la anterior
globally or
semana.
by platform,
O sea, va por
you can
semana.
filter by your friends or your
This
clan.
week, last week. Vale.
Yeah.
Está bien eso, ¿eh?
You don't have to talk to me. If you played Barb, you would be able to.
Oh, Necros are better.
That's why we
all
have the
know
Barb
Esto estaba en el Diablo 3, por ejemplo, y en el
So,
Diablo
you know,
2
I
también,
mentioned
creo.
that these leaderboards will reset every
Pero tienen
week,
que haberlo
but
puesto también, pero
the
bueno.
very best players from each week's leaderboard are going to be recorded in the
Pero
Hall
aquí, en
of
cambio, te dan
This is a
recompensas.
permanent leaderboard that will cement their legacy.
Claro.
And
Creo que en el
you
Diablo 2
don't
no
just
estaba.
have to be the very top ranking on the leaderboards to participate in the gauntlet. All World Tier 4 players will be able to take their shot at participating in the
Frames
gauntlet
y escudos, o sea,
progressing the
skins, básicamente, ¿no?
You have to be level 100
1000.
to participate at all.
No, you don't.
¿1000?
In fact, if you look at the
Por la tabla de clasificación, ¿no?
UI that we have up here, you can see that as you're
No
leveling up
entiendo.
and competing in the gauntlet and getting higher and higher score,
1000,
you'll
1000,
earn these
1000,
seals.
1000. No sé lo
And,
que es, tío. Eso
as
que,
you
es que no
are
lo
earning
entiendo.
these
Es.
seals, you'll be able to climb up until eventually you get to the seal of the worthy, and then you'll be able to jump into the leaderboard. And you can show these off on your character profile and game.
Awesome. Very cool. And then I know with leaderboards, that coming in Season 3, with all the information that we've been sharing here, again, I'm just reminding everyone that you can end up checking all this out on the site afterwards. We'll have all the artwork up there. And of course, all the information that we provided even on the expansion
Bueno,
stuff will end up being there.
van a enseñar mucho más del Season 3. Más adelante sabremos más.
Thanks to you guys and the feedback that we've actually gotten in for Diablo 4, we've been able to.
Tienen muchas cosas
We were
guays,
able
¿eh?
to get all these amazing changes.
Tienen
So
que ir,
providing
porque es
that
que
feedback
claro,
on
hasta que
forums,
llegue la
social
expansión
media,
truco,
Reddit, wherever
tienen
you
que ir
post
haciendo
that,
cosas.
let us know.
Vale.
Even here at BLIZZCON, it's a huge help for the whole entire team. So thank you guys again. Thank you Diablo community for making the game a better experience for everyone. I know we do have some time for Q&A as well. We did leave a question box out in Hall A, which is the Diablo Hall here at BlizzCon, and then of course we asked on social media for questions through our fans that could not attend BlizzCon, but we grabbed the ones that seem to be pretty regular repeats specifically. So we'll kind of just jump right in on them. The first question, I think this one would be good for Kaylee. Will there be more intermediate progression dungeons and bosses between Tier 4 and Uber Lilith?
Yeah, so we have this question a bit, and the short answer is yes. We've already started doing this with the boss ladder, Uberdurial.
Preguntas-respuestas sobre las mazmorras y los bosses, vale, cositas, ¿no? Tienen que hacer cosas sobre todas las mazmorras, porque es que estar repitiendo, y venga, y toma, y sigue, pues uno ya cansa, ya aburre el diablo. Sé que es de farmeo puro y duro. Tienen que hacer cosas, gente. Es que no puede ser así. Este ya es el cuarto diablo que hacen, por favor.
Brent, I will give this over to you. Will there be a season journey when expansion launches?
Yeah, we know we have a large community with players who like to play in a bunch of different styles.
¿Cada cuánto?
So when Vessel of Hatred launches, we're going to have stuff for Eternal players. We're going to have seasonal content. We're going to have people who want to continue to play vanilla, people who want to jump into the expansion. Basically, we're going to have something.
Yo creo que las expansiones cada año y medio, 2, por ahí andará.
Will we have a system to save and switch between builds? A very popular question.
Very popular question.
So the reason Adam says this is a great question for me is because I ask Joe this all the time. It's something I'm also very passionate, myself and lots of the development team and lots of the community is very passionate about. So for those of you that play Diablo 3,
preguntas y respuestas que dijeron esta gente que también lo están poniendo aquí.
Bueno. Brought to the game in patch 2.5, and so we've been talking about it for a very long time. There's so many different things, so many activities, like so much room for activities in Sanctuary. And so many different things to be doing, whether you're playing by yourself, playing with a group, PvP, et cetera, et cetera. There's Paragon board customization, there's build customization, there's outfit customization, what gear you're wearing. So we want to be able to have an easy way to switch between those so you can keep playing and keep, min-maxing all of your experiences while you're in the game. So we have nothing to announce in terms of when it's coming, but it's something that we're talking about all the time and hoping to bring to Diablo 4 as soon as we possibly can.
Awesome. I know it's a thing that a lot of people in the community have been asking for, and being able to switch between different builds and everything and have that saved, it's something that the team most definitely is working on. Next question we have is from someone who's actually attending here at BlizzCon and is actually a content creator, was in our opening ceremony as well. Was from Don the Crown, and I think he actually made like a decision to come to BlizzCon like 24 hours before BlizzCon started.
So he could be here right now.
He could be here right now.
I just really wanted to ask this question.
Yes, exactly. But I will say this question also came from a lot of people. But Don the Crown asked, do you intend to add more sources of living steel to the game?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that grinning demon, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sucks.
Yeah.
No, it's, that particular summoning material, we've certainly heard and experienced doing Helltides feels much more stingy than the other summoning materials. And so we want to make some improvements there. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, so expect improvements coming down the pipe for that. And by the way, I just want to thank everyone for not putting your names in the box, because I would have completely screwed up half the names in there, as I normally do. So I appreciate people who do not put their names on there. You're the best. Last thing I need to do is butcher that in front of like 5,000 people. Will the expansion feature a group finder or global chats? As social features, I know we've heard a lot of questions about Brent.
Yeah. Social is a really big part of the game, and we see what everybody's doing with how they're leveraging trade chat to kind of work around some things. Our social team finds this incredibly important, right? Like, we got a lot of different ways to play the game, and we want to make sure that all of your communities can find each other and come together. And so we actually have to really get some tools in there to get to that point where everybody has a really smooth social experience. And so our goal is to make sure that we get as many of those tools in place before we actually get to the expansion.
Yeah, and I really want to make a special call out to, we have an entire part of our team who are focused on social and the player experience, and they are so dedicated and so enthusiastic and are just amazing people to work with, and they're paying attention to the things that everybody's talking about and need and trying to figure out the best plan to get those kind of things to you in the best time frame.
Awesome. Thank you, Brent. Thank you, Kaylee. And then we have a kind of a last question here. This is from Knox, wherever you are here at BlizzCon. What are your plans? There we go.
There he
We
is.
found him.
Los planes
What are your plans for
de los ítems, está bien.
A very, very popular question.
All right.
The question.
The question for Joe Shelley.
Yes.
Do we have a panel after this, or? No, this is a very serious and important question, right? And while we're not ready to share all of the plans for itemization that we have going forward, the team is working on the problems that we see with itemization right now, right? I think I was watching, what was that, Carbot video, I think, recently. And,
Shout out to Carbot. Love his
you get, the character gets 2 items, and they're trying to compare it, and pulls out his sort of monocle, and he's going through it. It's too difficult right now to compare items. It takes a lot of time, and we want to make that better. We also want there are some affixes that are very conditional or have several layers of conditionality. Sometimes this gets, shorthand for this is a damage on Tuesdays, right? Like, yeah, really good on, a couple days from now, it'll be incredible. But we think that there are too many of those that have really complicated conditional effects, and it's really hard to bring those into builds, and it contributes, as Kaylee was saying earlier, to a feeling of having it be very difficult to customize your items in a way that lets you get exactly the affixes that you want on your build.
Get
so that's
the build you're looking for,
Exactly. So that's something that we want to review. We also know that when you are optimizing your gear, the goal of that is to have the effect be that you feel that.
Bueno, a ver, preguntas que están hablando aquí. Dice, ¿habrá más desafíos intermedios para ingresar al nivel 4 mundial y derrotar a Lily? Reconoce los comentarios de la comunidad sobre una armería para cambiar las construcciones y equipamiento de elementos. No tienen nada que especificar de momento, pero lo harán lo más rápido posible. Más cosas. Quieren realizar mejoras en Living Steel, el material necesario para convocar a Griorie de manera más eficiente. Y van a introducir más sistemas sociales, que es una de las prioridades del equipo de desarrollo, antes de que salga la nueva expansión de Diablo 4. De momento salen estas cosas que están hablando ahora mismo, que está bien.
And so, do we have any plans on what we like for aspects specifically?
Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit of
Están también trabajando los problemas del gloss, o sea, la diferencia, no tal. Es demasiado difícil comparar equipamiento. Debido a que los aflijos son demasiado similares entre sí o demasiado condicionados. Van a cambiar cosas. O sea, poco a poco están cambiando cosas de los 4 y eso mola.
I'm glad. We're starting work on it right now, so we'd have to go back. But no, the Codex of Power is really a great repository of all of the legendary powers, or it should be, we think. And there are lots of opportunities for upgrading it or bringing affixes that you found, and we just really want to make that better. Yeah.
Great, that's awesome to hear. I know a lot of people are excited to have an area where all their aspects are, as opposed to where we are right now with collecting everything for aspects and having your inventory kind of running back to the stash and putting them all in there and everything. So there we have it for the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We do have a lot of awesome things coming down the road, and I do want to remind everyone that this Tuesday we have an update with 5 new Malignant rings that will be hitting the game. You can farm Barshan to earn those rings specifically, and those rings are an eternal and seasonal.
Personalizar tu equipo deberá hacer que el jugador sienta la diferencia, ¿vale? De modificar elementos. Bien. En términos de aspecto, el equipo planea eliminar aspectos como elementos desde su inventario y colocarlos en el códice de poder. Eso también está bien. Cosas que tienen que ir haciendo, tíos. Que eso está muy bien. Pues se va a acabar ya, gente. La BlizzCon también. Mañana descansamos, ¿vale? El lunes volvemos. Vale, el lunes le daremos caña, seguiremos con el Warcraft Rumble. Habrá vídeos mañana, preparamos cosas de TikTok, Shorts y un montón de cosas, gente. Todo en el Discord. Recordar, Discord. Estamos a la tope.
Currently, the community is at 73% to the goal. Once we hit 100%,
Good job,
everyone gets some rewards. Good job.
Great cause as well.
It's for an awesome cause. You know, we're aiming to have 666 quarts of blood
Of course
donated.
we are.
So of course, gotta.
Todavía no ha acabado, Están aquí acabando con lo
Make sure
último.
that, check out the site for more information. Panelists.
We
You
just
have any
wanted to
parting
say
words?
thank you for coming to BlizzCon and watching online. We love Diablo and we love you.
Tienen que ir haciendo cosas de Diablo 4, que no la abandonen, tío.
I can't wait to get back in front of everybody here and have more to talk about with the expansion in the future. So I look forward to seeing you all in Sanctuary.
Tienen que hacer cosas, tío, no abandonar. El Diablo 3 fue una patraña. Dejaron muy abandonado. Tienen que meter cosas, tienen que añadir cosas más. Tronco, no abandonarlo, tío. No abandonarlo. Ya se hicieron ya el Heroes on the Storm. Una pena. Rezo StarCraft. Yo creo, tío, que está bien, pero el año que viene, en la próxima BlizzCon, ya en 2024, ya va a entrar Xbox, Microsoft. 2024 con Microsoft y Activision Blizzard. Cuidado. Habrá muchas cositas guays que seguramente van a espabilar a todos, inclusive los que están abandonados, que es Heroes y StarCraft y el de supervivencia, no han dicho nada.
And everyone who's is actually still back at the office, or well, would be. It's the weekend; they're not working. But everyone across all the spaces that we have and across the team in general.
Awesome. And I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you guys, everyone here, everyone at home. We hope you guys have had a wonderful BlizzCon. We're so happy to have you here. And
Pues ya
we
se
hope
acabó,
you guys
gente.
come see us while BlizzCon is still going on for the rest of the day. And we'll see you in the next Campfire Chat. We'll have more Campfire Chats this year. And have an amazing BlizzCon, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll see you in Sanctuary.
Thank you.
Bueno, va mejorando Diablo 4. Eso me gusta. Tienen que ir metiendo cosas, tíos. No pueden dejarlo abandonado. Y eso es lo que tienen que hacer. Trabajar y hacer cositas guays, tronco. Es que es un juego de 70 pavos. ¿Dónde vas? Go. Bueno, gente, nosotros lo dejamos. Gracias a todos por pasaros. Mañana descanso, pero el lunes volvemos. Estaremos dándole al Warcraft Rumble a tope. Nos vemos. Adiós.